The Knicks.
Yeah, he's a miserable person, right? Like he's a bad fan. He's not enjoying his moment. He wants to just destroy the people around him. Like, I think that's what it is. I stopped short of saying his friends, but like the people around him.
You just hate me because I'm right.
You guys are not friends?
No, Pat probably doesn't think we're friends.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards scoring courtside seats for your favorite team. Progressive cannot guarantee that you can score courtside seats. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, but courtside seats can be astronomical. Maybe if your team plays in a smaller market, you could swing it. Even still, it's unlikely. Maybe fourth row, which are still incredible seats that you'll enjoy greatly. Savings possible. Courtside, long shot. Switch and see if you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Progressive cannot guarantee that someone really tall will not sit in front of you at the game, rendering your excellent seats just okay.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And you are welcome to get involved in a wide variety of ways by calling in. Chairman Kurt is here to take your calls at 314-974-0101. Texting in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And you are welcome to email into the program the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And the Stiefel dossier locked and loaded. Mark Lamping going to join the program coming up at 8 o'clock. And Chris Kerber with the 101 ESPN Blues interview coming up in the 8 o'clock hour as well. Doug, you captain the ship, and you always like to have a Sadie Hawkins on a Monday to determine what the lead is. You're the girl at the square dance, and you get to walk across the dance to pick who you're going to dance with to start.
I guess it would be the Blues. Had a pretty good weekend. Doug Armstrong told us on this here program that he thought they had to get 4 points out of the weekend to be considered still a contender. Got almost that. 3 out of 4 is pretty good. Came within a whisker of getting all 4
Probably
points.
should have gotten all 4.
Yeah, against 2 very good teams. So just when you think the Blues are out of it, no chance, not going to happen this year, they do something to make you think, well, maybe if we just get hot, we can win this baby.
If you're Doug Armstrong, aren't you a little confused? You probably thought going into this weekend, got to start unloading players. It's just not happening. And it's probably still not likely that this is a playoff team. But if you go toe-to-toe with the caliber of the Jets in Colorado, don't you rethink a little? Well, this team is capable of better. They've shown now that they can hang with Winnipeg, either the best or one of the best teams, right, in hockey, and then Colorado. So you know that the talent, maybe it's better than they've shown, but you still can't make decisions that are foolish.
It has to be a tough decision. They're only 5 points out of the playoffs now.
What about the Vaughn Index? Did that change over the weekend?
I'll run those numbers for you.
Yeah, what do you have?
You've said enough to get your rights holder merit badge.
Are you holding rights?
They're at about a 58.
Okay.
They're about a 58 on the Vaughn Index.
Okay. What's Vancouver?
We're high. Oh, gosh. Let me do the math. 63.
Okay.
Vancouver would be 63.
Major surgery was needed to fix the Canucks.
Canucks!
So this is not points. This is the Vaughn Index.
They just happen to correspond with the team's
it's
points.
just that accurate.
It's the fun with math.
That's why so many people pay attention to it, because it's dead on accurate. I don't know what I would do if I was him. I don't know if I'd cash it in at this point or think, we got a shot.
I think the fact they've missed it the last 2 years, the postseason, that's probably a little bit of a factor, although Army is very cold-hearted, makes decisions without fear of feedback or criticism, and he's all about the long term. And you don't just play 2 games and say, I've rethought everything about this team. But you hate to just throw it away and say, this group's not good enough. And you think, I don't know if Army talks like that, but even
I don't think he whines quite that much.
Maybe they
gets whining.
You know, Jamie Rivers said on this show 2 weeks ago, he said, you don't ever want to get into a culture of losing, where you're going to tank it and say, it's not going to happen this year. We'll dump all these players. We'll try to lose and get a better draft pick. He said that has big effects on the whole culture of the franchise. And I kind of believe that. I'm kind of with him on that.
It kind of feels like the Blackhawks are in there, where they went in the tank, got the high pick, but they can't get out of the tank.
Yeah.
They're kind of stuck in the tank.
They got a high pick with no one around him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of think that you play all out to win every time, if you can.
Doug, you remember the non-ling. He was on the program for a number of years, and he says, as Taylor Swift and probably Jackson has said, I think I've seen this film before, and I didn't like the ending. There just isn't enough time left, and their consistency is still in question. That's the non-ling. Sounds like he's saying, pull the trigger, Army. Sell, baby, sell.
Well,
that's the non-ling, and the non-ling plays pond hockey.
Pond hockey.
That's right.
Not ice hockey, pond hockey.
Okay.
And he's probably right. But there has to just be a little part of you that says, boy, what if Binnington's renewed now at a high level after that 4-8? Maybe we just hang in there. I guess you got about another week plus to really, truly decide.
Well, attendance has been down the last couple of years. It's down again this year. Do you really want to tank it and have it down another couple more years after that? And when you tank it, there's There's no guarantee that you're going to make the right draft pick. The players are going to develop the way you want. I don't think 5 points out is an insurmountable hurdle. I'd go for it.
That Vaughn index, does it account for other teams in that Vaughn? What about Calgary? Are they in the Vaughn? Is Utah in the Vaughn index?
Well, there's a formula. You can figure out everybody's Vaughn index. Calgary's right now 62.
Okay. God damn, it's alarming.
Yeah, how it corresponds exactly with the point total. I think another issue for Doug Armstrong is that not only do you have the Blues and the Canucks for that spot, you have the Flames and Utah in between them, and the Ducks and Kraken are there all for one spot. So I would be, when you say go for it, you mean don't trade players away. You don't mean like go out and attempt to buy to try to make a run. I would imagine, but let me make sure I'm correct.
I would say use the guys you got and try to get a playoff spot. That's what I'd say. I would not say cash it in and trade Shin and Bennington and some of the other veterans. I wouldn't do it.
Man Bay 2004 says the nonling understands and appreciates consistency. Do you like that name, Man Bay 2004?
He appreciates consistency and the rest of us don't? Is that what he's saying?
I guess so.
Well, we just don't appreciate it?
Venture a guess.
Oh, Jackson's here. Hey, buddy.
What's up, Martin? Venture a guess. What's a man bay?
Doug? You've swum in a man bay.
Right.
Swam, man bay.
Is it like a body of water, or is it like bay like your
I don't know.
other?
How's it spelled?
I don't know.
Is it like spelled like Jason Bay?
Jason Bay, Pittsburgh Pirate, New York Met.
Great Canadian?
A man baby? Is that what it is?
We got plenty of thems.
Is it Bay AE would be like a man boyfriend?
Yeah, precisely.
It feels like this show, that's what it would be.
You never know.
To be fair.
Fellas, don't let this weekend fool you. They've been doing the same song and dance the last 2 years. Play well against better teams and lose the games they should win. That's from Longer Than Martin's onboarding process.
It's one of my favorite texture names. You tell me and Heim that we're supposed to speed this thing up. Heim will join us to talk all about it, about the onboarding, sometime maybe mid-October.
When the leaves turn.
YouTube.com/TMASTL is where 118 friends have already gathered, including John Scores, who says, "Nice hat, Tim. I just got mine on Friday." Yeah, you can get yours at TMASTLshop.com. Your TMA hats, hoodies, and T-shirts as well. And Jackson's dad leads things off on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. Morning, Jackson's dad.
I want to make it clear that this is not actually my father.
It sounds like there was some legal.
No, it's just he often gets a lot of text when this guy calls in, and he's kind of sick of it.
Well, unfair to him. Your dad, you mean? Your
my actual
chef
father
gets text saying, "Hey, we just heard you. Didn't know you worked on the barge."
Yeah, this is not my father. Hello.
I have a son named Jackson, but yes, I will give you golf tips. But at the same time, I was calling in to talk about, the Four Nations. I mean, that was the best thing that NHL could have done. I mean, it brought so much attention to hockey. How does St. Louis get torn so much between Canada and the United States with Bennington and the Kachuk boys? And let me just say, as a single dad raising a son, Walt has done a great job, and his boys, and I mean, I emulate his fatherhood. I mean, those boys are great, and I love them. And I think it was a great tournament, and I think it helped hockey 100%.
It's a great call. This would be like Friday at about 7:05.
You think this was more of a Friday call?
Maybe kind of fits, but we're getting caught up here.
A little dated, but we're catching up.
Jackson, were you working overnight? I bet it's a big ice season on the river right now.
The whole river is full of ice. Yes, I just got off the boat about an hour ago. And we spent 6 hours trying to get ice out of barges. It was retarded.
Oh, gosh. What do you do to get ice off a barge? You just chip away at it?
What?
Okay, that wasn't that funny.
Good one, Doug.
I like cookies.
No. What you do is you move strings of barges with tugs on the bottom, and then you bring a tug on the top and have them just like hit it in fast gear and blow water through, trying to get ice out.
I'll be darned.
Meanwhile, we're standing there just getting cold.
Yeah.
You seem to have a good attitude about it. What do you got going right now? A little video poker? Maybe a little something to warm you up?
Well, actually, I play one game on my phone every morning, and it's called Tiki Solitaire. I've been doing it for 3 years. I don't know why I picked it, but I don't want to pick anything else. So, yeah, I'm just sitting here chilling out, listening to you guys, and finishing my little thing of getting my daily routine on that. And then I'm going to bed.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, we were talking about the Blues. Do they have a chance this year to make the playoffs, or should they trade some of their veterans?
I'm glad you spoke, because I think we should hang you by your toes by saying we should trade Binnington.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I was listening.
I said
the first thing you said.
The first thing it wasn't. I said that there's a possibility that if you're going to break up the team, you're going to move some of your veterans like a Shin or a Binnington. I didn't say trade Binnington. I said there's a possibility that he would be a guy other teams might really want. You could get something for him.
I agree with that, but I mean, he won the cup. He's the best goalie, hands down, on a situation where it's like the last game. I cried at the end of the Blues getting the Stanley Cup, but still, I think I'm with you guys. It's like they're so wishy-washy. It's like, oh my gosh, we should sell, and then oh my gosh, they can beat some good teams.
Hey, Jackson's dad, are you having a sip this morning just to warm up a little bit?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
What are you sipping?
What are you sipping? That's a good question.
Texters kind of want to know what you're having as a beverage.
Well, I usually have about 4 American Honeys when I get off the boat.
American honey. Oh, American honey.
Yes, sir.
American honeys. Okay.
Jackson Honey. You guys are writing this down for later.
Yes, we are. Okay. What's an American honey?
That's a shot of wild turkey whiskey.
Oh,
wild turkey.
Goodness sakes.
That's how you lay the foundation for a Monday, Doug.
Goodness sakes.
Good little nap.
4 of those.
What did Doug say that was so funny? That got a howl? I'm trying to write all this down. I got Tiki Solitaire. I got Hang You By Your Toes. All right. Sick. All right, well, we'll take calls about the Four Nations, Doug. Did it change how you feel about the game of hockey?
No, I always loved the game of hockey before and after.
Why do you hate Bennington?
I don't hate Bennington.
You called it. You said you were the first one to say, I think maybe we should trade him.
Well,
I don't know if this is Chris Farley.
I think it's going to be enticing. I think they're going to hear from some teams that are in contention that might need a goalie and think Bennington might be the guy to get him over the top. Whether the Blues should trade him or not, I don't know. Depends on what they would get.
I agree with you.
I can't tell.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Jackson.
Thank you, Jackson.
So, Jackson, that's your dad,
No.
and he works on a barge?
He's not my dad.
And your father is receiving text messages right now about taking shots of wild turkey.
Really, that's your father.
Every time that guy calls in, my dad gets a text. I was like, all right.
So that was not Jeff.
No.
Well, I'm glad you boys are taking identity theft and well whiskey and coke-fueled calls to start the week from River to Pear water-drinking takesmiths. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener. He's on a barge on the River to Pear?
Oh, I don't think you can get one up there.
I like people to not count on me.
Doug said, do you think this is the time to trade Jordan Binnington? That's from the 314. Doug, did you say that following?
I think last week I said
following probably the game against the
Right.
United States.
Well, that call was actually intended to be Friday morning.
I think
It
so.
seemed like it was a time warp.
His stock clearly took a huge jump in the Four Nations. And if there's a team that thinks, wow, Bennington might be the answer here to put us over the top and have a chance anyway to win the Cup, should the Blues entertain trade offers at this point?
Kick the tires, one would say.
Right.
Did you feel threatened when he said you should be hung by your toes?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm triggered also.
Just had a feeling that maybe he was having a little sip. It seemed like there was kind of an indication. And we know 4 American honeys.
American honeys.
And then shut her down.
What would that do to you if you were hung by your toes? I guess all the blood would rush to your head.
Better than being hung by your fingers, I would think. That would
talk
really
about
hurt.
Yeah. Big toe? Is it just the big toe that you're suspended by?
You have to be a strong rope.
It would.
Whiskey in the morning. Jeff Burkett is a legend. That's from John Scores. Supporting your father.
No.
Maybe a rough game the night before that you got teed up late. Somebody, star player, fouled out the next morning. He's like, I know I got to go teach kids, but I better have American Honey first.
No.
Okay, maybe now Jeff needs to call in as the real Jackson's dad to defend his honor.
He's in Juketown watching the Cardinals spring training. That's right.
Really?
He's been to both the spring training games.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to call in just like Jackson's dad did, 314-974-0101. You're also welcome to text in 314-399-9646 and email in for our Design Air heating and cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. And Doug, have we turned the corner on our forecast? Have we turned the corner on our forecast?
So.
I mean, it's 39 degrees right now. It's going to be 63 degrees this afternoon, 60 tomorrow, 61 on Wednesday, 57 on Thursday, 63 and sunny on Friday. Sundress season? 54 degrees on Saturday, 51 on Sunday, 52 on Monday, 61 on Tuesday. Here we come. Nice. Sunday charge.
Every day like this is a day that isn't cold and snowy and icy, and I expect we'll get maybe a little bit more of that forward out of the woods completely.
There you go.
But it's great to have a week like this at the end of February.
Anytime you run into any issues with your heating and cooling system, go to DesignAirService.com, the official HVAC provider here on TMA, and where Martin goes, where Doug goes, where I go. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Seth Goldcamp, longest-running sponsor on TMA, going back a decade. Any issues? DesignAirService.com. Sponsor the email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Pestis from Festus is on the Callier and Thompson phone line. I mean, the heavy hitters, Martin.
Wow.
Heavy hitters. Yes, Pestis.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Howdy. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
All right.
Jackson, I'm going to defend you.
Okay.
Jackson's dad needs to do a couple things first. He needs to take the ice out of his hearing aids and put them into his American Honey drink. Then he needs to play a game of solitaire because nobody else wants to play with him.
Oh.
And he needs to stop imagining that he's hearing things that are not there.
Okay.
You never said anything about trading Bennington. You never did.
Well, I didn't actually advocate for it. I said it's a possibility.
Anything's a possibility.
Okay.
I could drink it tomorrow sitting up on top of the yard.
Okay. All right.
Anything is a possibility.
Okay.
It's deep.
All right.
Did you say he had ice in his hearing aids?
He has ice on his hearing aids, and he needs to take that ice off the hearing aids and put it into his honey whiskey.
Nice.
Wow. Okay. That's kind of harsh.
Pestis, did you ever knock down 4 shots at about 7 a.m.?
If I knocked down 4 shots by 7 a.m., it was 7 p.m. the night before.
Sick. Doug sick.
No, I don't drink that way.
No, that's good.
Most don't.
Way, and I'm testing things.
I think Jackson's dad just sounds like Big Al to me. Certainly has it being from the Big Al tree, maybe DNA.
Yeah, a little bit. Anything else, Pestis?
And the only other thing I need to know
is,
Jackson, where's my stuff?
Oh, no. Here we go.
Pestis from Festus won the Listener of the Month in January. Doug, I've got it as February 24th. You would think he would collect his winnings by now, wouldn't you?
I would have thought he would have. Yeah.
Well, I spoke with our promotions director, and I saw the stuff you have coming to you, and it's sitting here. You have to come here to come get it, Pestis. You have to come here to Hubbard Radio
We don't
St.
deliver?
Louis. We do not deliver.
No
They have to be picked
stamps?
up here.
Oh, I got to come there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, nobody ever told me that.
Breakdown in communications.
Okay,
Right.
can
We're
you
gonna get
do
you
me
there,
a
though.
favor?
Yeah?
You have my telephone number. Can you text me the address, and I will get out there.
That's right. I'll do that.
And I would love to get out there while you're on the air so I can meet
Swing
you.
by.
And
Where's my
do
friend Sausage
everything
Fest?
that way.
Okay.
How about that, Doug? We're going to get to meet Festus?
That'd be
Festus?
great.
Festus?
Be wonderful.
Yes, you will meet me. And you'll meet the little one.
The little
that
one.
me?
Is that your wife?
How's that?
That's my wife.
Yeah. You said she was a small gal.
Spitfire?
Yeah,
Mickey
she's only
Carroll?
4'11" and a half.
Is it a little Spitfire?
Say, I want to ask you a big favor. How about I come up to the station on Friday? Could I come up and meet you?
No.
Oh, that wasn't us.
I honestly, Jackson was about to advocate that you and I make a road trip to Pestis to hand deliver, and we roll video of us delivering.
If you came down here, you could go to the Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Clip that.
Live read.
You got a KFC down there, have you?
Wouldn't that be fun? Like Friday, you and me just roll down there.
Fun is the word you use.
And we hand off the goods.
And then get some KFC.
Yeah, meet JR.
That'd be kind of fun.
All right.
Okay, gentlemen. Once I get that text message and everything, I'll probably be there tomorrow or Wednesday.
Oh,
okay. All right, Doug, there it is. Tomorrow, Wednesday, for Pestis from Festus. Jackson with a breakdown in communication, it sounds like.
He wants his stuff a lot. Well, what are you getting? What is
what does he get?
I still get the Milagro Tequila prize pack. There's still one more of those left for the folks. And you get TMA speaker. You get a speaker. Really cool.
Geeker speaker.
Like a mobile speaker. That's TMA branded. It's really cool looking. Wireless. You Bluetooth connect up to it. You can listen to TMA through your TMA speaker, and you'll be the first person in history to do it.
Okay.
You're not impressed by that.
So much to clip off.
Still there. All right, well, it sounds like you had a great prize pack, so either you're coming here either Tuesday or Friday, or Jackson and I are coming there. Either.
No, Tuesday or Wednesday.
Sounds like it's already been decided.
Okay.
Martin, he'll be here tomorrow or Wednesday.
How will that affect the dossier, Jackson? Just something fluid?
It remains fluid for reasons just like this.
Okay.
Thank you, Pestis. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, gentlemen, I'm out of here. You have a great day, and I'll see you soon.
All right, thank you.
Pestis from Festus. Guys, does anyone call in north of Arkansas? 101 is off the chain with Hoosiers. That's from Smoky Taint.
Oh.
Smoky Doug.
Oh. I didn't like the name.
Has this become the Jefferson County call-in hour? That's from Scissorby Timber.
Well, they're
That's what's going on.
I think they're still digging out. It's kind of snowed in, so they're making a lot of calls.
Trying to get safe.
Good Lord, these olds. That's from the Crestwood Coyote. Yeah. What's worse for your health at 7 a.m., 4 shots of whiskey or 2 awful phone calls? That's from Saucy Jack. After these calls this morning, I'm out. Sad to start the week like this, but I have to, you see. See you guys next week. Suck it, Doug. Love the hair. That's from the South City Hoosier aficionado.
He's quitting us.
He loves your hair, though.
He's out. Can't take it anymore.
Well, he's going to miss Mark Lamping, Chris Kerber, Gabe DeArmond, and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That is the Stiefel dossier for Monday, February 24th, 2025. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt manning these phone lines and obviously having a 5-star day. Yeah. You can participate in the conversation. And Jackson, we have a sponsor now on the YouTube chat, do we not?
Absolutely. We have Michelob Ultra.
Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the YouTube chat. The YouTube chat took off so much that Michelob Ultra says we want to be the sponsor of the YouTube chat. So I'm a bad boy and I'm testing things. Don PP, Codeine Cardinals, Sweet Voice James, the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer.
Oh, that's a good one.
6 Paths. John Scores, Professor Roy Hinckley, you have made it possible. Michelob Ultra saw the YouTube chat and said, we want it. Well, guess what, Michelob Ultra? You got it. The sponsor of the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA. STL, tip of the cap. Don Pepe says, hey, we are sponsored. And I think we thank the Don because he's been with us ever since the balloon party days. And Jackson has just doffed his cap.
Shout out to the Don.
Look like a laser cap you were
yeah.
That thing's hard to doff.
You still wearing that?
Sometimes.
It's getting a little cocky now that the hair is doing just fine.
I'm still taking the pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, but what about the laser hat?
That, some days are better than others for the laser cap.
You just forget? Is that what it is?
Well, it's like I wasn't going to take it to spring training.
That would have been kind of fun.
It doesn't burn or anything, does it?
No. You think I could have put it in with your CPAP?
I had room, yeah.
Little 2-for-1 special.
Sure.
Did Mick Ultra hop in on the YouTube chat because the cute corner was taken and they kind of got mad?
Cute corner.
That's right.
Yeah, Schaefer Dorr jumped in when Stiefel declined.
Got the cute
Big
corner.
Mistake. Emergency board meeting at Stiefel after that. Ladies and gentlemen, there's still more to come. Doug, what would you say is the second biggest story? You went with the Blues as the lead. What's next?
The opener for City, maybe?
Huh?
Well, that's an option. Boy, they give him a shirt on Friday, Tim.
Yeah.
Here we go.
He
He's
starts
on
holding rights. All right, we'll discuss it.
guess
It's coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And now the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is active as the day, as long as there's a celebration in the YouTube chat that Michelob Ultra has sponsored. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
That used to be every time the phone rang.
I'm gonna watch the news at night. There's too much stuff that's making her cry. I just can't hit that note. I've been working on it so much, too. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's the Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines, where they are loaded for bear today, is Chairman Kurt, 314-974-0101. A celebration underway in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, as Michelob Ultra saw the work they did and said, we want to sponsor it. Michelob Ultra has sponsored it.
Okay.
Doug decided to start Martin at the lead. The Blues picking up 3 or 4 points, possibility now of 5 of 6 as the Kraken come to town tomorrow, was the lead. But then the next topic, that's going to put the man to the test, because you got the Doggies opening up their campaign. You got the Fighting Tigers going to Fayetteville. You got the Fighting Illini battling against Duke. You got co-host Josh Schertz knocking off the Rams of Rhode Island. You got John Denton reporting Nolan Arenado and the Astros are having talks again. You got...
Okay.
You got
all that.
Is it it? You got the Grizzlies and Cavs last night. I don't know.
Okay.
Scrap.
John Morant got posterized and then gave out a hug.
There's a lot of stories that are tied for second place. In fact, most of them after the Blues in first, and everything else you just mentioned, including
J.J. Wetherhold. He's a friend of the show, and he raked.
Right. I just think it's a professional sports team in our city. Played its home opening of the season. That's a big story to a lot of people.
I disagree.
Mark?
Why do you hate City?
Sports radio, you're supposed to argue. I think the lead story over the Blues is the fact on Sunday the Cardinals played the Astros, and they didn't trade Arenado mid-game. Wouldn't that have been great to see him just walk across the field in Jupetown, see it happen right on the spot?
Like when another youth team doesn't have enough players, and then one poor kid has to go play for the other team.
It was oftentimes St. John the Baptist on the south side. I don't think it's with us any longer.
I do think it's, and being serious, I think that's the most interesting story of the weekend, is that yet again they're saying, that Cards-Astros thing might happen. And then did it get shot down then officially as a rumor or an idea?
John Mozeliak said, I don't have the time to chase down every single rumor. That was what he said following the game on Saturday. John Denton. But it wasn't just John Denton.
It wasn't him, yeah.
It was Mark Feinsand and the gentleman who is the Astros beat reporter as well for MLB.com. So it was the three of them. And then they said that Arenado, per Katie Wu of The Athletic, has not changed his stance on going to the Astros, which then makes me wonder why the organizations continue to talk.
Just chatting, seeing what the word is, kicking tires and such.
Maybe Houston sent a prize pack over to Arenado over the weekend. Thought maybe they could change his mind. Well, it is bizarre, isn't it? Like it's a dead deal, and then it comes back up, and the player's like, I'm not going there.
But since the organizations themselves aren't saying anything about it, how do we know if they're talking? How do we know it's not just a reporter trying to drum up a storyline?
Wow, you want a piece of John Denton? We'll set you two up in a squared circle.
We don't really know, do we?
Maybe in this town solved.
Yes, they are. Okay. If you want to have that as your second story.
Tim, do you think it's the second story?
What's that, Mark?
Do you think it's the second story?
100% do.
No offense, Doug.
Nothing happened.
Well, Billiken shot 38 threes.
It's a rumor. Our second story is a rumor.
I'm giving you options.
You can go to the New York Post if you want to take it a different angle. This from last night. John Heyman wrote the following. Now playing at third base for the Yankees. Wishful thinking. The Yankees built an exceptional all-around team, which sources say, see, there's more sources.
Yeah.
Sources are talking about
tell us who that might be? No, let me guess. No.
The Yankees built an exceptional all-around team, but sources say they have hit their financial limit which means their all too obvious hot corner conundrum has a much better than even chance to carry late into spring training and perhaps even into the season. The otherwise set and stacked team is basically holding its first open many-man tryout at third base. So the Yankees are holding a tryout at third base. Nolan Arenado. Do we have this one confirmed that the Yankees are on the list? The Astros are the team the Cardinals keep talking to, but they're not on the list. But he would go to the Yankees. Martin, I don't know. That's live on that one. They have DJ LeMahieu, Oswaldo Cabrera, Oswaldo Peraza, and Doug, you call him Yorbit Vivas?
Yes, I always have. Yeah.
But other than that, there are issues at third base. And the following was written by Heyman in this piece in the New York Post. Quote, longtime star third baseman Nolan Arenado is still eminently available. You like that, eminently?
Not really, no.
And while word going around was that the Yankees were on his exclusive list of approved trade teams, sources say the Yankees aren't interested for two reasons. Number one, they suspect he's on the decline. And number two, they have no loot left.
When was the last time we heard that the Yankees are out of money?
One Yankees player hopefully suggested the other day that Arenado could be imported. No, it wasn't Goldschmidt, his Cardinal buddy, but that was never a consideration even before the money ran out. Arenado, who's believed likely amenable to the Astros now after declining the first proposed trade there. So that's interesting that Heyman's writing that. The belief is he'd prefer to play where he's wanted. Certainly would have been an upgrade since even in decline, he's much better than what's here. But depending on how things go this spring, the Yankees may need to eventually consider one of the affordable infielders who's still a free agent. Some candidates would include Whit Merrifield, Brian Anderson, or Jose Iglesias. So the Yankees, according to John Heyman, are out of money, and they also aren't real high on Nolan Arenado. So there is the latest on the Cardinal third baseman.
Yankees are out of money, yet they did offer Juan Soto $760 million. So now they're out of money, but when they offered, they had $760 million to play with. The Yankees are out of money. I think the owners have the same play sheet, most of them, in baseball.
And they're still paying Giancarlo Stanton $32 million a year, who's generally hurt about two-thirds of the time.
That's right.
Aren't you glad the Cardinals didn't sign him to 13 years and $325 million?
That's right.
Because a lot of people wanted it.
He was so interested in St. Louis, they had a meeting with him in L.A. When they were trying to woo him to come to St. Louis, they met in L.A.
But what a crushing contract that would be for the Cardinals. Wow. Would they have anything left if they had signed him to that?
Then they might be saying they're out of money.
Yeah.
The Yankees out of money. I feel like Heyman just keeps going out of his way to kind of crush Arenado, or at least kind of take swipes at him. Or diminish his value somewhat. Didn't he say
Nolan
last week?
Arenado, not a Scott Boras client.
Oh, really? So you're saying Heyman sometimes is tight with the agents? I wouldn't say that because then he would hang up after staying on the line for an extra 5 minutes, but he would then eventually hang up.
Yeah, fun with all you.
Yankees are out of money, Doug.
That's what I hear, and I've never heard that before.
So what if they gave Soto $760 million? Then what level of out of money would they be? Really, really, really out of money.
Yeah, and they signed Bellinger, right, as a free agent.
Yeah.
They gave him a lot of money. They paid Judge a lot of money.
Maybe they're out.
Garrett Cole makes a ton of money. They signed Max Fried. He makes a ton of money. You could see how they're out. I guess the only ones not out yet are the Dodgers.
And I am
I'm
not.
done with you.
I am not
I'm
taking
done with
this that
WFAN.
serious.
Goodbye.
John, thank you for
I
joining
can't
us,
even
John.
believe it.
Thank
I
you,
can't
John.
even believe it.
Oh, he started crying. I thought I heard tears.
There was certainly passion as to whether or not there were tears. I don't know.
Said he was done with WFN, and then like 30 seconds later, still there. Kind of like all of our callers that I think we're done with.
What did they say about him again that caused him to...
Oh, that he was on the take from an agent, that he gets paid by agents.
The YouTube chat, not the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, this is the guy who writes in as the YouTube chat. He's a big soccer guy. And he says, I can't be the only one exhausted with the Arenado chat. So he does not want to talk about Nolan Arenado and both John Heyman's story in the New York Post and John Denton's story that the Cardinals and Astros talked. And so we will respect the YouTube chat. That's the poster, not the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And, Doug, you wanted to break down the 0-0 Doggies game.
Yeah, this is your bed. You better lay in it.
Take us to Energizer Park. Dateline Saturday night.
They did a terrific job defensively. They allowed 0 shots on goal. Roman Berkey made 0 saves in the game, and they still didn't get a W.
VAR.
They outshot them 17 to 2. I guess the 2 shots that Colorado had didn't find the goal, didn't require a save, but it was just a nice little opener. Just a nice little season opener.
What'd you do last night did you lead with that on 4?
I don't work there anymore.
You sure? You guys had that's right. You had the Blues game on Saturday. Did you do a post game or anything, Doug?
Well, I didn't.
Oh.
I assume that they did. It was the same broadcasters that do the games when it's on FanDuel.
They brought Prongs in for the post game.
Hey, Prongs 44.
That's nice.
I got to tell you, television-wise, both for the Cardinals and the Blues, this is glorious. They had the story last week about Prime now being available. I got rid of my DirecTV because I also have been paying for YouTube TV, and I don't want to get rid of YouTube TV. I love YouTube TV's user interface. And as an Amazon Prime subscriber, I now have easy access to FanDuel Sports Midwest. Glorious. Was watching the Cardinal spring training game. And then was able to watch the Blues game. Easy as pie. How do you do? Thank you very much. Yeah. So maybe for those of us who like YouTube TV, I know there are some people, maybe different demographics aren't on board with YouTube TV and they have cable, so it hasn't been an issue. But for a number of people, it has. There is your solution.
Yeah,
that's so Amazon Prime, like where you watch movies. You go there.
Or Thursday Night Football.
Okay, that's the same place.
Right there.
And you just go type in FanDuel or whatever.
It's right there. Now, you got to pay $19.99 a month for it, but as far as the $100 or whatever I was paying for DirecTV, that's gone, Doug. That's net $80 that I can now invest in playing daily fantasy sports and have incredible return on investment. So
the real domino effect here.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not when you can link up on a Prime channel. It is really easy to access, and you don't have to deal with. You can kind of be more localized. Like there needs to be like some place where you can link all of your sports apps in one place, and you can just go real quick.
What about goodorbad.com? Nothing else going on there.
We're exercising kicking around a couple ideas, stuff like that.
Like what?
Bringing in, some multi-platform situations. All this is worked out.
I detected word salad.
Well, I'm telling you, we're all working this out because there's going to be a cash call at that's midsummer. So
what's next, Doug? You want to break down the pet parade? It's from the 314, and they're not happy with you.
I'm sorry if soccer is a pretty big deal in this town.
This guy wants you to break down the pet parade.
I didn't see the pet parade.
You walked in on it Saturday night? You were watching the doggies?
No.
Rough? Mm-mm. Were you watching the actual secondary lead, the Tigers?
No.
Oh.
Mm-mm. No, but I still understand that soccer's a pretty big deal in this town.
No, I'm not arguing with you.
All right. Okay. I mean, baseball's a bigger deal, of course.
So Tim freed up some cash by being able to go to this Amazon to watch, and now it's going to lead to some phone calls. Yeah, like Holy Infant to cover this weekend. And who are they playing? They're down. Let's see, are they playing St. Justin the Mart? Betting on 8th grade basketball, Doug. That's what you do with the extra money.
Do you think that might really be a thing for somebody?
No.
Nobody?
Well, somebody.
Grade school basketball?
Somebody. I bet it's happened, yeah. I bet there's like one guy assigning lines, and you got to...
Oh, my God.
You got to pay him. You got to be secretive about it in the stands.
I like Priory in the under.
Tim, why is the YouTube chat filled with stay-at-home sads? That's from the bastard James Hahn. That's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat filled with stay-at-home sads, sir. So I have to defend. Is Too Fat to Kayak on these Collier and Thompson phone lines, Doug? Too Fat to Kayak wants to talk about the pet parade?
All right. Like to hear about it.
Thank you, gentlemen, for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Sure.
I'm calling in, all seriousness. I wanted to give Jackson a heartfelt apology. I was with some friends at the Doggies game on Saturday. We were talking about my call on Friday and had a good time. It prompted me to go back and listen to my call. I was unnecessarily rough toward Jackson. I apologize.
gosh.
I have to, as much as I want to question why he's thinking about, all the odd stuff that he'd been saying the last couple of days about George Michael's country of origin and Burger King's ownership, home office and such. As much as I'd like him to play drops, I have to recognize that he is the backbone of that organization. To borrow a soccer term, he is the engine room. Nobody works harder for that team, and I was unnecessarily harsh. So, it was a heartfelt apology. I'm sorry, Jackson. You do great work.
Appreciated, unnecessary. Appreciated. I didn't take it. I didn't take it too hard. Appreciated, nonetheless. Though. That's very kind of you.
I don't remember the call. He was mad at you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't mad. I wouldn't say I was mad at him. I wanted him to play more drops and less crazy and
it's more droppy, less talky is what you're trying to say.
That's spotted for the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat now. Is we'll jump in and what did Jackson just say?
Hey, TFTK, are you really too fat to kayak? Is that just sound fun?
Well, in all seriousness, a few years ago, I was out kayaking and it started taking on water, and my wife was with me, and it was a joke for us. And so whether it was not really a seaworthy kayak or not, it just stuck.
I kind of like that. And you were at you were at Energizer Park, a Matt Poling vehicle. You were there on Saturday night?
Yeah, absolutely. I was there. Good time. The game was, as I'd said on the call on Friday, interesting. Wide delta. It looks like this team is going to, obviously, as I said, they're going to hold possession. They're clearly getting wider, which is good because last year they were real narrow. All of the space was to the guy in front of you, behind you, all that stuff. So they're going to find the in-between spaces. They just got to put it together on offense. It was anemic offensively.
Okay,
Which
player was the engine room?
Hello, la la la. Oh, well, the player for the engine room on Saturday was Kessler. I thought absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Nice breakdown.
Yeah, midfielder. He worked really hard, and he was doing well.
There you go, Doug.
See there?
Too fat to kayak.
Thank you for letting me make this serious call because as much as I would like to invite Doug to come over. And we and my CPAP humidifier. I won't do that.
My goodness,
I won't do that. Not this time.
No, I don't think we should at all.
And Drew Brees,
I think
Andrew Luck.
We can reinvent water sports, Doug.
All right, put him down. Okay,
right, there you got
put
him
down. Cut his mic.
But it was a nice breakdown on the width of this club.
Yeah, Doug, when you were watching, did you think about the width?
I thought they were narrower last year.
Yeah.
This guy uses a scooter to get around Schnucks. Thanks. That's some fun.
It is disheartening sometimes when you go to the grocery store and they are out of scooters and there's only one left. And you better you better have your head on a swivel.
So at that moment, you're going to have your head on a swivel while you shop?
100%.
Because there's a lot of scooters in the aisles?
They're
trying to score it never crossed my mind.
Well, they're like bicyclists in a small neighborhood. They're not stopping at the stop sign. They're not slowing down. They're just turning wherever. You better watch your head.
A game that was a kissing your sister special, also featuring zero scoring, deserves no airtime. Despite the angry pleas of the Venn diagram of scarf-wearing soccer fans playing Harry Potter dress-up and IPA-only craft beer guy. Thank you. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
My goodness.
He disagrees with Doug's ordering of the stories on today's Morning After.
It was the season opener for one of our 3 professional sports franchises.
And all of a sudden, the Battlehawks take a shot out of nowhere.
That's right. Say 3.5.
Oh, God.
You know what really scared me is when he said Kessler's a midfielder. I thought, I don't think he is. I think he's a back. And people are texting in, and I'm like, how did I know?
See, people are into it.
How did I know that? And Too Fat to Kayak was at the game, and he didn't know that.
We're watching Mizzou and Billikens basketball, as well as Blues and spring training games on DirecTV. Enjoyed the City game on DirecTV for the weekend, but of course we'll not have that available to us without streaming going forward. Preparing for the big dance. Doug, that's from Janet.
Okay.
Hell yeah, Janet.
Kind of a what she's up to.
Okay, thanks, Gen Z.
I like Janet.
She's sideways with Mario and Charlotte, though, over the topic of Charlotte.
Naturally.
She didn't like Charlotte.
Ozempic should really look into sponsoring this show. A lot of opportunities with these fats.
Oh.
That's from the Hunchback of Von Castle. Guys, this guy would not make it in the open playroom out here in Swinghaven. That's from the Swinghaven board member. He says too fat to kayak would not be desirable. That's unfortunate.
I'm pretty sure you have to have a prescription to get Ozempic, so perhaps we should hire a doctor to have on staff so he can prescribe some
He's
things.
going to prescribe this to the audience?
Yeah.
Isn't it funny to see a fat kid with his belly jiggling? That's just funny.
Oh, Charlie
Marlowe.
That's fat shaming.
Doug, why don't you tell us about Mark Milton? He's a wonderful ball striker, dangerous 18 handicap. I've watched a full-scale investigation.
As good a golfer as he is even better tax guy. Mark Milton is a guy that can help you out if you have any kind of problem at all with the IRS. Maybe you didn't file some returns. You've got some tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments maybe, or even worse, you could be in for a IRS criminal investigation. That's about as bad as it gets. If that happens, the godforsaken tax man comes knocking on your door. You've got some real issues, unless, of course, you hire Mark Milton to see you through it. You should contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is one of the best in the entire country when it comes to IRS issues. He now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS problem, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, hey, I'm not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Mark Milton has texted me and wants the audience to know that he is now a 15, not an 18.
Oh, coming up.
Ask him why he always gets a frosty mug at the MAC. Nobody else gets it.
Oh, wow.
I saw it the other night. He walks in the room. They hand him a frosted mug.
Wow.
He's got respect.
I must have complained about it too much because then the other night he turned and handed me, here you go.
Here's your frosty mug.
Shut your pie hole, pal.
He is the mayor of the MAC.
Yeah.
Doug's Hammer Belt is active in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and says, enjoy a Michelob Ultra on the YouTube chat, then hit yourself up with an Ozempic shot in the cute corner. That's from Doug's Hammer Belt. And that cute corner is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast here on TMA. Stiefel passed on the cute corner, but they are the sponsor of the dossier. And coming up on the dossier, Mark Lamping at 8 o'clock, and then Chris Kerber with the 101 ESPN Blues 8 o'clock hour conversation. Colonel Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton in the 9 o'clock hour, and our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. You can email in to compete. We're in the final week of the month of February. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. The standings are as follows. Buck Swope leading with 4 wins. JV Golf Coach has 3 wins. YouTube Chat has 2 wins. Misty Plops with a win. Walter Grundlehort with a win. The Calcified Ear with a win, and my cousin Vinny with a win. Who's going to ship this thing? 5 email the day competitions remaining in the month of February. You can compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Joining us at the very top of the hour, Mark Lamping. Looking forward to talking it over with him on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex, the Blues defeat the Colorado Avalanche last night. Final score of 3-1. Off today for the Blues. They're back in action tomorrow, taking on the Seattle Kraken right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m. Puck drops at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy. Together we drive. Are you kidding me? It'll happen sometime. Real smooth. Never
Stop starting.
Oh my
Did you have a
What's
problem with the
going
edits?
on?
Break down. Burritos, Totitos, Doritos, and Cheetos, Fritos, Mojitos, and the Senoritos, Flamingos, and Trios with the jalapenos. Oh yeah. Tacos from Pacos with Panchos, Nachos, Churros, Rancheros, and some Canyoneros. I'm out. Adios, amigos.
Sick.
What is this? What's it a play on?
What do you mean?
There you
Yeah, what do
have
you mean
it.
by that? What are you trying to say?
Like a floppy disk?
No, but it's a take on a song. I'm trying to get.
Oh, I don't know.
No, it's dun, 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 dun.
It's just a wonderful original tune is all it is. This is the Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And a real celebratory day at youtube.com/TMASTL. 245 friends are gathered celebrating Michelob Ultra's sponsorship of the YouTube chat. And Big Blonde Dan says, I think that recent sponsorship is really going to help the YouTube chat's chance of winning the email of the day. Do you think the two are related, Doug?
I simply do not.
He's won a couple email of the days. I
Yeah,
mean,
the YouTube chat's in second, third place.
certainly has a seat at the table, I'd say. And then the sponsorship, I don't think hurts at all.
Well,
No, Jackson, I know
She'll
you're
see.
the moderator, the admin on the TMA fan page.
That's right.
One of the many hats he wears, Doug.
Yep. Maybe my proudest hat.
And so we have a bunch of people who weren't familiar with this program despite its glorious 2-decade run who are now aware of it since we're on the 100,000 watt Bluetooth of 101 ESPN. And they then try to join the TMA fan page, and it's exclusive. It's tough to get in. And what I've noticed is that you got to answer questions in order to get in. These are thorough questions. Mm-hmm. What do you like about the show the most? What do you dislike the most, or something along those lines? And the thing that's most popular with these new 101 listeners, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day.
Yeah, they really like the email.
They really
of the day.
enjoy it, which to me means we need to doff our caps to Buck Swope and JV Golf Coach and the YouTube chat and Misty Plops and the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Sure, Walter Grundlehort.
Right.
West County Turkey Baster.
Yeah.
My
WC
cousin
Turkey.
Vinny, who has a win this month.
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
So,
a lot of people to thank out there.
yeah,
And sign up for the fan page.
Yeah, TMA fan page.
What are you
on,
waiting for?
Facebook.
Sure.
Yeah, seriously, what are you waiting for?
Who's the huffer? Is it a
Bridgeton landfill huffer.
Yeah.
A fume huffer.
There's a lot going on there.
And now we have to deal with this fellow by the name of Smokey Taint.
Well, he's just one of our friends, and we don't judge.
So many friends. If you miss anything, you can podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast, SCHAEFER, door.com. You can call or text a number they set up specifically for TMA listeners, 636-782-3608. It's going to give you the quickest response time, and they service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and have Monday morning standby service for the doors that break over the weekend. So if it happened to you over the weekend, go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text right now, 636-782-3608, and they are going to be at your home quick, fast, and in a hurry. It's Schaefer Door. They service commercial doors as well. If you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. On the Stiefel dossier here on 101 ESPN, Mark Lamping, in a matter of moments.
I think we're going to call him Jackson. There's a little confusion on my part, or No, he's calling us.
I think Jackson.
A little
might be on
housekeeping.
the
I'm
phone.
sorry, Tim. There was some housekeeping that I felt had to be.
Chris Kerber at 8:30, and then James Carlton presents Gabe DeArmond. That's coming up in our 9 o'clock hour. And then that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, which has been welcomed so warmly by the 101 ESPN listeners. That's at 10:50. And then BK and Ferrario take over from 11 to 2, followed by the Fast Lane. It is our pleasure to welcome to this program, ladies and gentlemen, Mark Lamping. Morning, Mark.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. And Martin, candidly, I don't know if this is a bait and switch, wants to lead a full-scale investigation into what he believes is some form of Vianney
collusion. Is that what you call that?
That's what this is about. You thought it might be something else. This is actually an investigation. I don't have to remind you. You are under oath. So, Martin, go ahead with your investigation.
Well, I couldn't help but notice Mark Lamping, friend of the show for many years, is the president of the Jacksonville Jaguars, our Jaguars. And then they get a new GM, and it just turns out he's a 34-year-old that went to Vianney. I thought, whoa, the league, Goodell, and others, probably the antenna went up. And in all seriousness, Mark, congrats on your extension with the Jags, and what an interesting, fun hire for you guys. A 34-year-old GM who everyone around here noted also went to Vianney.
Well, it's the Vianney conspiracy, 50 years in the making.
Yes.
So,
No,
it was great to get to know James through this process. We had not met before, and I was involved and organized the search, but it was really led by our head coach Liam Cohen and Tony Baselli, and ultimately Sean interviewed the 4 finalists, and James just did a great job. He was amongst a very, very good field of candidates. He was clearly the right fit for us.
And his dad was a longtime football coach. Remember him, Doug? Over
I do.
there? Gene Gladstone. Yeah,
sure. Yeah.
Great. See, and I think Mark is slowly shifting some St. Louis influences there. You got Foye Olukanon, the great John Burroughs alum, is down there. But how about your run in Jacksonville, Mark? How many years now with the Jags?
Just finishing up 13, and then we've got a big stadium project. So I'm going to stick around to complete that. So I'll be here, God willing, a total of 18 years.
Wow. What are they doing in the stadium? It's just they're just revamping what's there?
Well, it's basically a gut rehab. It's a $1.4 billion project, and it's such an extensive remodel that we're actually going to have to play away from Jacksonville for a full season. So it's a major project. It'll be complete in time for the 2028 season, and we'll go a very long way of ensuring that NFL football stays in Northeast Florida for generations to come.
Mark, you were a young guy when you got the job as president of the Cardinals, and now the Jags have a young general manager. Are there certain challenges that come with that, with being one of the younger guys in the front office and being, have such a powerful position?
Well, it's funny you bring that up, because I actually had that conversation with James after we were able to inform him that he was selected as the next general manager. And I shared with him some of my experiences. I was 36, I guess, when I was named president of the Cardinals, and shared with him some of the things I learned, probably some things I would have done differently. I had it to do over, and James is very receptive. I mean, the first thing that I suggested he do is, you don't have to come in and feel like you have to make wholesale changes. The first thing you really should do is really make sure you understand what's currently in place, understand the people that are here. You're obviously not going to, turn over the entire scouting department, as an example, and, take your time, get to know everybody, be available to the media, so all the things that were important, for me so many years ago.
Mark, when you were a young executive at the Cardinals, the brewery owned, obviously that's how you ended up there, from the brewery to the Cardinals, but the DeWitts came in. Did you have to re-interview for the job? I mean, was it tenuous, whether you'd get to stay on with the new ownership?
Well, I didn't really think it was tenuous. I I joined the Cardinals in 1994, in August of 94, and then Bill DeWitt and his partners bought the team in 1996, spring. I think they closed in the spring of 96. So it was a little bit of a strange situation because I was actually representing Anheuser-Busch in some of the ancillary parts of the sale of the team. For example, I was representing Anheuser-Busch on one hand with the new owners, and I was representing the new owners in terms of an extension of the naming rights of Busch Stadium. So we also had it, if you remember, that was the period where we tore the AstroTurf out, brought the natural grass in, changed the color of the stadium inside from blue to green, and a lot of minor things, but it made a big impact. So all that was going on while Bill DeWitt and his partners were going through the process of closing on the team. So, they had a chance to get to know me, and likewise, and I was very, very fortunate to be able to, stay with the new ownership group, and to this day could not be more thankful for the opportunity that the DeWitt family and Bill's partners provided me and my family, in the mid-'90s.
I think for a lot of sports fans, you've had that absolute dream job that people would just kill to have. If they couldn't play for a team, they'd want to be general manager or president. What advice would you give for some young guy who wants to do that? What degree should they get, and what are some of the first jobs they should try to get to follow in your footsteps?
Well, I think the first thing is they got to be tremendously self-aware. I mean, there are literally thousands of people that are qualified to do the job that I have, and just as it relates to the process we just went through with James and the general manager search, we had 10 outstanding candidates, all of whom will likely become a GM at some point in time. So, you have to be really, really patient. You have to be the beneficiary of sometimes being in the right place at the right time. That's what happened to me, and it was the baseball strike in 1994 that set the stage for Anheuser-Busch to decide that they were going to look for someone that had more of a sales and marketing background as opposed to what they had traditionally done with the president of the Cardinals. It was the retiring general counsel at the brewery as sort of a thank you for the work that they had done in fighting the Teamsters for 20 and 30 years. So, without the baseball strike, I never would have been in the situation to initially get the job as president of the Cardinals. And, I share that with people that, want to, try to replicate what has come my way. And the number one lesson is that you may be tremendously qualified, but you also have to get really lucky. So.
Mark Lamping, our guest here on TMA, with us on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Was the moment you decided to leave to go to play the critical role in building MetLife Stadium in New York, was that a ridiculously tough decision for you? Because that allows this new path to take place. If you stay in St. Louis, probably at that time, you're probably going to continue to stay in St. Louis throughout the rest of your career. So what was the thought process there, and was that decision very difficult for you and your family, Mark?
Well, Tim, you hit the nail, right on the head. I was getting ready to turn 50, and my youngest son, Tim, was getting ready to graduate from high school, and Cheryl and I both born and raised in St. Louis, and we weren't going to leave St. Louis until our youngest was out of high school, and that happened. I always had an interest in going to New York, having spent so much time there when I was with Anheuser-Busch, and understanding that the sports world, almost everything of significance goes through New York. And my wife was incredibly supportive of sort of out of the blue, leaving the Cardinals. Bill DeWitt could not have been more supportive. In fact, he told me, if this is something you want to do, go do it. And if you're not happy, come back. So, I couldn't have left with any better situation. And, my wife was, right there. And, we had 4 exceptional years in New York, allowed for a good transition onto something else. Tim, if you're right, and in fact, that's how I explained it to Bill when I told him that I was going to be leaving. And it was like, okay, if I stick around, and then pretty soon I'll be here until I stop working. And I'm not sure that the job I got when I was 36, I want to be the job when I stop working. Mm-hmm. So we went to New York. We had a great time. Coincidentally, 2 of our kids actually got jobs in New York during that 4-year period, so we're able to keep in touch with our daughter and our youngest son Tim. Brian obviously stayed in St. Louis. And then it was, if I had not gone to New York, I would have never been on the radar for Shad when he purchased the Jaguars, and was very, very lucky for that to work and to go in our direction. And we've been really, really happy in Florida for 13 years. And it's like a lot of people that we all know that you're from the Midwest. Some point in time, you're going to want to probably find your way, at least occasionally, to Florida, and to be able to do that and have a real job is, I'm really fortunate.
The great Brian Lamping is listening on board as he's headed to Boston. I'm sure Mark knows his son's travel plans.
Absolutely.
But I've got the SAE folks from Rockhurst chiming in on my
Phi
phone.
Alpha.
Yep, they want to know that representing Rockhurst as well as Vianney, Tim, they're demanding equal time here.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Shout out to high schools, but colleges as well. Mark, you know the business of baseball. You mentioned the lockout, the strike, and all of that, and then the Cardinals' success. That run, you were here through 2007, so you saw a couple of World Series, and now have been in the NFL for a long time. Does it ever amaze you just the power of the NFL and the money? I think baseball is always trying to figure it out, fix this, fix that. It just seems like the NFL, for lack of a better term, they just print money.
Well, it's incredibly popular, as you know. That all you have to do is look at the television ratings. Virtually every one of the top 100 most watched television broadcasts last year were NFL games, headlined by the Super Bowl. There's an incredible emotional connection between football fans, NFL fans, and their team. There's only one game a week, which allows you to spend a lot of time getting ready for it. The games are all broadcast in really high quality on television, so it's very easy to be connected. Fantasy football went a long way to increase that connection, and now you're seeing with the introduction of legalized sports betting, it's really sort of a perfect game to follow. That's why to this day it's such a shame that St. Louis is no longer an NFL city. It's just too bad. St. Louis is too great of a sports town not to be represented in the National Football League.
And you were in a weird spot when that all went down because you're working for the Jags at a high level, and you know that the push is to get a team in L.A. And I think I don't know what your emotions were at the time, but you were certainly in a weird position.
Well, it's the same emotions I felt, and some of you guys are too young to remember this. Is the emotions that felt as a really young kid when we lost the St. Louis Hawks to Atlanta, and then how we all felt in the mid-'80s when we lost the Cardinals to Phoenix. So, that's St. Louis sports fans have been put through a lot. In some respects, that's why a lot of us, from looking from afar, were so thankful with what the Taylor family did to make sure that St. Louis became a MLS city. But it was difficult because I love St. Louis and always want the best for that city and the people who live there. Headlined by my son and brothers and sisters and many relatives who live there.
Well, as an NFL insider and the future commissioner of the league, does St. Louis have any hope at all, any chance at all of getting another team?
Well, that's way above my pay grade. I mean, what needs to happen is the team needs to become available. It certainly doesn't seem like expansion's on the horizon. And, most NFL teams have done what they've needed to do to solidify themselves in their community. I mean, we're the latest example of that. The partnership we have with the city of Jacksonville that is funding this $1.4 billion stadium renovation that brought with it an extension of the Jaguars lease here. I don't think any community in the short term is going to be getting an NFL team. Again, I don't think there's expansion on the horizon, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of teams that are relocation candidates.
Mark Lamping, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN, with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. My understanding is you are a huge fan of Shad Khan, and I've heard people say that one of the biggest misses in St. Louis history is how close St. Louis was to having Shad Khan be the owner of the Rams. Now, whether or not that had any real chance of happening with Stan Kroenke having the right of first refusal, that certainly is in the hands of a handful of people. But you obviously have worked with him for a number of years and therefore can kind of play out the scenario, what it would have been like had St. Louis had Shad Khan as an NFL owner. What can you tell us about him and how that could have played a role in some different history for this region?
Well, first, Shad's a remarkable man with what he's accomplished. He's one of the greatest rags to riches story that exists in the history of the United States. He would have had the same level of impact in St. Louis that he's had here in Jacksonville. So he's come into Jacksonville. He's invested billions of dollars into this community. He's created jobs. He's solidified the NFL in Northeast Florida. And he's done unbelievable things to support the community and make Jacksonville, a better place to live, to work, and to visit. He would have had that same impact in St. Louis. And, as a former, I guess I'm always a St. Louisan, but a former resident, it's people like him are few and far between. People that can really impact a community, not only through their belief in the community, but their willingness to invest. And, you're right. You're right, Tim, that, had Shad purchased the Rams, not only would have NFL fans in St. Louis benefited from it, but the entire community would have been a beneficiary of that.
And Mark, there's positives in St. Louis, the city, the soccer, the stadium. There are things, Cortex is big. There are apartment buildings going up sort of midtown, but yet we always have our hurdles. We talk about crime, and the downtown corridor itself has a lot of issues. What do you hear from the outside when people talk about St. Louis? Because depending on who you ask, there are things happening, yet I think we focus a lot, too, on downtown corridor. It's kind of a ghost town. Can it be saved? Those sorts of topics, dysfunction with local government. What about the national narrative? What do you hear things from other people?
Well, St. Louisans are, in some respects, like some people here in Jacksonville. You don't pay any attention to the great things that you have in your community, and you focus all your attention on those things that could be better or that you don't have. St. Louis of course, it has its issues, like every, mid-American large city, but the assets are equally unbelievable. Like I don't know that if you sit in St. Louis, you really realize, how people view Washington University as an example. I mean, we had, ran into some parents the other day, and their daughter was going through her college selection process, and they were thrilled that she was able to get into Washington University. So that is that's a internationally known school, and many other schools like that, St. Louis University, and go on and on. What's happened in and around Clayton is very impressive. The healthcare infrastructure in St. Louis is known throughout the country. The location of the city, of course, the facilities, headlined by, I guess it's Energizer Park now, and Busch Stadium continues to stand the test of time. But there are issues downtown. I saw something the other day that it looks like the old Stouffer's Hotel now is finally being renovated, and that's a very important parcel, to connect downtown to the riverfront. When I grew up in St. Louis, we were always jealous of Chicago as an example. Chicago had all the great stuff. Now, we said, well, maybe we have more than Kansas City has. But, I think there's too many great people in St. Louis, and there's an incredibly rich history in that community that I don't think there's any reason not to believe that, St. Louis's greatest days are ahead.
Friend of the show, Mark Lamping, and Tim, my only goal has been to get on Shad Khan's yacht, to go to a Jags game.
That's what this is about?
That's all this is about. And sadly, a year ago, a good buddy of mine, Mike Vintage, was down there. Didn't get on the yacht, but he goes, I went to a Jags game. I'm with Brian Lamping and Mark Lamping. We had wine, and we had a great dinner, and we went to the game the next day. And I texted Mark, and I said, this is very hurtful. My buddy Mike's there, and all. And Mark just wrote back, oh, yeah, it's too bad. If I'd only known you would have been here, you still wouldn't have been missed. And I said, wow. It was just had no interest in
startling.
So I feel like the yacht just may never happen. Tim, but that's my one goal left in life. That's it. That's all I got.
Mark, I think it's only fair if you have an opportunity to respond to that.
No, absolutely. If somehow the perfect alignment of Martin being in a city where Kismet happens to be docked,
okay,
he's got as good a chance as anyone.
Oh, there's the opening. There's the opening. After he dunked on me via text last year, and now he's saying there's a chance, but it sounds like there's a loophole in there a little bit, maybe, like a lease that has first tier.
You're always welcome. You just need to be at the right place at the right time.
Right place at the right time. How about that?
Saying there's a chance.
That's all it is. Mark, thank you so much for taking time out of your morning to join us. It's always good to have a conversation with Mark Lamping here on TMA. Thanks so much, Mark. Looking forward to talking again soon.
All right, thank you, guys. Good luck.
Take it easy. That's Mark Lamping with us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Yeah, on the Shad Khan topic specifically, there were, do you recall, Martin, how long that period of time was? I don't feel like it lasted really long, in which he became the guy. He was going to buy Chip and Lucia's shares, Georgia Frontier's son and daughter, and then Stan Kroenke exercised his right of first refusal. But there was a period of time where people were in the getting to know you business on Shad Khan, and I'm aware that Mark, and you just heard what he had to say about Shad Khan, what he could have done for the St. Louis metropolitan area, and it would have been bigger than just keeping an NFL team in St. Louis.
He was at Rams Park meeting employee Shad Khan, like the presumptive owner. Everyone knew that Kroenke had the right of first refusal. You just kind of thought in the billionaires world that they sort of had their own little common courtesy, like, okay, you're going to buy it, got it. You buy it, no big deal. But this, instead, like this charade sort of played out. Hey, Shad, we got to know him. I think Bernie wrote a huge piece about Shad's story. Mm-hmm. For those who don't know, he invented some type of fender, went to U of I, Illinois, Champaign, and invented this fender that General Motors purchased, and he became a multi-billionaire. It is a great rags to riches story. And I remember Jim Woodcock, a great PR man in town, was working for the Rams as a PR guy and Kroenke. And then Schad said, hey, I'd like to hire you to work with me as a communications director. And so Woody had to kind of pick, do I stick with Kroenke or do I go with Schad? And pick Schad, and is still working with him and the Jaguars. But I think it was about a 6-month window where it was open to bids. The Shad Khan bid was loosely accepted, and then Kroenke could match it, and he waited literally till the final hour. And I asked somebody once at work with Stan, why would he do that? And he said, well, you save money on interest. And I said, okay. I guess. So I always thought in the room, and I think now they're probably fine, but early on, Schad gets his own team. He's a multi-billionaire, and Stan's a multi-billionaire. I just feel like in the room, it's like, hey, you're the guy that, yeah, okay, got it. Even though they're in an exclusive club, there's just got to be a little bit of that.
Yeah, well, Kroenke's a different sort. I imagine that he knew all along he was going to buy it, Kroenke.
For sure.
I would agree with you.
And it was a charade. And so then if you're Schad, though, you have a chance to be an NFL owner. Even if you think I might be getting played here or getting strung out, you're still going to go along with it.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, people at Rams Park are like, hey, how are you doing? You're going to be the owner. And you heard all these great things. Now, all of that said, and we don't need to do a breakdown of the Jaguars' struggles, but I think in Jacksonville, they're frustrated with Shad Khan and the fact that they don't win much. So that's a whole nother argument, as opposed to, he's a great guy and probably would have had some Midwest DNA being from Champaign with a team. We have tried hard to make it work. All of that said, in Houston, the night of the vote, Jim Thomas, a couple of us talked to Shad Khan after the vote went down. He was ready to go up the elevator. We just kind of surrounded him. And it was not a on-the-record microphone interview. But he did say, hey, St. Louis does need to look at some of the issues that were brought to light by the Rams. Don't just, throw it all away and say, they're terrible people. There probably are some things that St. Louis needs to be concerned about. So I think he would have made it work, just like Jacksonville's not a big NFL market, and they're trying to make it work. He would have been great. And for sure, I think if he gets the team, then they stay. And the city would have had, then again, still would have had to work things out with local politicians. Right. So he would have had that struggle.
You don't know if they wouldn't have moved to L.A. anyway. But he does seem like a whole different type of guy than Stan Kroenke, who would have made a much better effort to make it work here.
Yeah, everybody raves about Shad, the guy. Now, as a football owner, they're not winning enough, and I think Jags fans are kind of sick of the frustration. They're frustrated down there. It's interesting to me that Lamping's job with the Cardinals, and I've had him on the podcast several times, and he didn't laugh at the comparison, but I said when you took over the Cardinals, they wanted to reimagine Busch Stadium, the old turf days, and kind of gotten stale, and switched it over by 96 to kind of a more homey feel, and they had the big scoreboard out in the outfield. And I said, now you're redoing it with the Jaguars, taking an existing stadium and redoing it. And he said, Martin, it doesn't compare at all. This one's $1 billion. That one, he goes, we spent like $30 million or whatever. It's not even close. But what a resume. He was the head of the CBA. Remember that? The basketball league? AB puts him in charge of the Cardinals, ends up, as Tim mentioned, helping oversee MetLife, Giants-Jets Stadium, goes to the Jags. And he now is also, they've got the soccer team, Fulham. He's in London 2 weeks of the month, working for Shad.
He was a guy identified at a very young age that this was somebody who could get things done and that people would instantly like and respect for his intelligence, and he's had a heck of a career.
And I really do believe that the Cardinals miss that presence. I realize it's been essentially 2 decades, but somebody that the public buys into and does a great job of messaging to the fan base. And he had that way of doing it. Because keep in mind, in around 2000, for those of you old enough to remember, he had the responsibility of essentially being the public face of the new stadium campaign, which was not a popular topic of conversation 25 years ago. But you had the right person in place to do it, in somebody that many in St. Louis believed in. Your thoughts are always welcome on the topic. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox. Chris Kerber is going to join us next on the Blues, taking 3 of 4 possible points this weekend from the Jets and the Avalanche. Chris Kerber next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, Chris Kerber with you here this morning, folks, and listen up. We just had another blast of cold weather. Now, all season long, we've been telling you that if you haven't had that furnace checked, if you haven't had it maintained, you could be heading for some problems. Well, I'm going to tell you what, the folks at Classic Air Care are there for you. So whether you are getting ready for the spring, whether you're having some issues now as we wrap up winter, make sure that you get a hold of Classic Air Care. Have them come out. Have them maintain the unit. Get one of their maintenance programs so you do not have to worry about it again. Plus, you save money in the process. You get priority if you need emergency service. They take care of their customers. Why do they have a 4.8 Google rating? If you log on to ClassicAirCare.com and check what people are writing about them, because their service is that good, and I can attest to it myself because they came out to my house, they took care of my unit, they've made sure that 8-year-old unit is ready to go and working perfectly throughout the whole winter. It really is that simple. Not sexy. It's just keeping your house warm, and it's making sure that the thing is working so your house is comfortable and you're safe throughout the winter. Classic Air Care. Go over to ClassicAirCare.com. You can set up an appointment online. You can, of course, call them and check out their Google rating while you do so. ClassicAirCare.com, making people comfortable since 1926.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt Manning, the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And on those phone lines right now, it's our pleasure to welcome to the program for our 101 ESPN Blues 8 o'clock hour. Guest on Mondays, Chris Kerber with us here on the program. Morning, Kerbs.
Tim, how are you today?
Good, thank you so much. And what a weekend. Taking 3 or 4 points, and I would imagine it kind of feels strangely like the Blues may have left one out there, considering the set of circumstances at the tail end of the Winnipeg game. What are your thoughts on the weekend that was for the Blues?
Yeah, look, I think when you go individually, game to game, you go, okay, they left one out there because they had a 1-goal lead with 27 seconds to go against Winnipeg. Then you come back to beat Colorado, you get 3 out of 4 points, and then you look at the weekend as a whole and go, like, all right, 3 out of 4 is not bad. 3 out of 4 is actually pretty good against those two teams. I mean, that Winnipeg team came in as the number 1 team in the National Hockey League, and at the time, you were the 24th ranked team in the National Hockey League. So I think getting a point out of that game is big. So 3 out of 4 is good. Now, to me, the key is taking care of business against Seattle. And this is where the Blues have had hiccups all season long. They've had some good games against good teams. They found a way to get some points maybe in games you wonder if they should have or are good enough to. But this Seattle team is a team that the Blues can beat. And now if you're going to continue to just start to see things trend the right way during these last 25 games, this is a game that puts you over the top and you win, and all of a sudden you've got 5 out of 6 on a homestand, and you're feeling pretty good. So we'll see if they can take care of business Tuesday night.
You think it's a confusing time for Doug Armstrong because it seems like a team that's not really going anywhere, but then they show a little bit of life against 2 really good teams. Deadline's a week and a half away. Do you think his mind was made up, or do you think he's still sort of waiting this out?
Martin, I'm the only way that I can best answer that question, having not asked him that question, is to go back to the 17-18 season. And when you saw the St. Louis Blues just 1 or 2 points outside of a playoff spot, the team was in Minnesota at the trade deadline, and they traded Paul Stastny. You traded your number 1 center at the time. And you look at that scenario and you're like, why did he do it? He just didn't like the feel of that team. He didn't like the way it was going. And what happened? You ended up missing the playoffs by 1 point. So to me, I think, does Doug Armstrong look at this weekend and these first 3 games as make or break? Yeah, I think he does. You've gained a couple of points. I mean, you could find yourself, if things go your way on Tuesday night and you get a little bit of help, you could find yourself 3 points out of a playoff spot. And I do believe that his goal is the playoffs. But I also believe that he's quite realistic. So you look at press row last night, you see all the scouts that are there, you see all the scouts that are showing up. There's no doubt there's discussions about this Blues team and players that are going on. But we saw last year, when you heard Pavel Buchnevich's name tossed around and things like that. And Doug said, yeah, I did hear from people wanting to acquire him, but the deal wasn't good enough to get him. I think you're going to see a little bit of mix of that in there, because the reality of it is, guys, I know in the end they're thinking the playoffs, obviously are the expectation. But if you keep in mind that this is year 3 of that retool, and you look at the progression that some of the team has made here, you've got a Dylan Holloway now with 41 points. You've acquired a Philip Broberg, who is a young, up-and-coming, easily top 4, potentially top 2 defenseman. I look at the development and the growth of Jordan Kyrou. I think he's been really good this year. I look at Robert Thomas continuing to adjust and learn what it's like to have every one of those tough face-offs. I mean, he's been unbelievable on the face-off dot these last 2 games. All that tough ice time. There is really good progression, and you've got a wave of talent coming in, which was part of that transition process. So this isn't panic time, even if the results at just 500 aren't exactly where you want it to be. I think there's still a lot of really good potential with what you have here that you've been building towards, and you're not just going to trade a guy or rip something out just because things didn't quite go the way you wanted it to this year, or hasn't so far. You're going to still be patient and stay the course because you see what the long-term future is.
Buchnevich had a goal and 2 assists Saturday night, had a very good game. He seems to me kind of like one of those bellwether guys. When he's playing well, the Blues are pretty good. And when he disappears, not so good. Is that an overreaction on my part or no?
No, Doug, I think you're right. I think it just shows the importance of that player, which is why the Blues extended him, and he'll have that extension that kicks in next year. He's smart. He plays a solid 2-way game. And when you sit and talk with Pavel Buchnevich, like, his IQ of the game is just high. Like, it's one, he thinks so much, like, and he just wants to win and be a part of it. So, for example, I talked to him recently about the beginning of the year, and they were trying to play him at center. And their whole plan this year was, well, let's see if we can bridge a gap here by putting Pavel Buchnevich at center. And you go, hey, did it slow you down? Did it frustrate you? Something like that. And he said, no, actually, if you go look, I think I played pretty well at center, and go look at the point totals of Jake Neighbors and and some guys when I was playing center, even if he wasn't getting points. He really doesn't care whether or not he's getting 70 points or 50 points. He cares whether or not he's helping this team and whether or not they're winning. And that weighs on him more than anything. And they've used him on the left wing. They've used him on the right wing. They've used him at center throughout the year. He's been willing to do whatever the coaches have asked of him. And he's one of these guys that I think is going to be and has the ability to be a massive part moving forward. And as this team gets a little more depth, as this team, right now, if you're the opposing team, you've got to really key in on Kyrou and Thomas, and those two guys primarily. And then everybody else has to come, well, you get another wave of some talent on this team that makes it a little harder to defend. Opportunities are going to open up for those guys. And I think that's when I think you're going to start seeing the 70 and 80-point totals again.
Kurt, for folks who heard the Curbside podcast after the game with Winnipeg, great stories from you about your dad, Big Lou, who passed away. Our condolences. And will you be out then a little bit this week?
Yeah, we're going to. We've got the visitation today, Martin. Thank you, and the funeral tomorrow. So, have some fun. When I was in the minor leagues, Kurt Kehlbach was doing play-by-play for the Phoenix Coyotes. We were affiliated with them, and I got asked to go into Philadelphia and call a game, and do color with Kurt. And Kurt looked at me and said, "Why don't you take the mic for the second period?" And this was in the 99-2000 season. And it was that period of hockey that I used on my resume tape that I sent to Jim Woodcock and ended up getting the Blues job the next year. And Woody's always been great about, at the beginning about letting me pay it forward. And the current Blues team, obviously, with the family approach of Tom Stillman and Chris Zimmerman and Steve Chapman and everybody. So Tuesday night, I won't be at Tuesday's game or Thursday's game. Tuesday night, we're going to bring in Joe Benson. He's a young man that's been calling the games the last couple of years for the Kansas City Mavericks. Works really hard at it, so we're going to give him a chance. He's going to work with Cam. And then Thursday night from Washington, Chuck Caton is actually going to come in. So if you guys know the former Hartford Whalers and Carolina Hurricanes broadcaster, the Hall of Famer, he worked 39 years between the Whalers and the Canes doing their games. A legendary voice there, and he's going to fill in for us on Thursday night. So I think Blues fans will get a real treat there.
Hockey's got to be the hardest play-by-play to do. It's probably not easy to find people who can replace you.
No, we're extremely replaceable.
I don't know. That's tough. That's a tough game to call.
It is, but there's a lot of guys. You look at. I look back especially, and one of my favorite. Obviously, when I got the Blues job and got to move home, we were on KTRS at the time, and we just had a family gathering right across the hallway there at Ozzy Sports Bar, and my dad was there and family was there, and it was special. And then, the very first Blues home game, the regular season that year, Dad sat in the booth with us, and I'll never forget that. And then the ability to put, the team gave me to put the Stanley Cup in his lap just a few years ago was just an amazing way of thanking this man who, our mom passed away 32 years ago, and he kept a big family tight, and it was just a great way to thank him for everything he had done for me. But there's a lot of guys that have battled around and are battling around in the minor leagues hoping to get a chance, and there's only one of 32 jobs. If you're talking just hockey play-by-play in terms of the NHL, and there's some guys that are really good that just didn't get maybe as lucky as I did or as fortunate as I have been or some others have been. And so if we have a chance to kind of give a guy a period or give a guy a game in a moment like that, because you just never know what the future holds, I think it's just part of the culture of hockey to share it and move it forward. And, in all honesty, that to me is the best way I think I can honor my dad, is just to keep – he was about people, and there were no – like, if you're a friend of there's no such thing as just being a friend to somebody in the Kerber family. Once you hit that level, you're automatically family. And that's the way he was, and I think that's what we want to keep moving forward to honor him here.
It was a great tribute on your podcast, and our condolences to you and your family, Curbs. You'll be missed here on tomorrow night and Thursday, but wonderful tribute to your dad, and I recommend people listen to the Curbside podcast on Saturday where you tell some stories following that Jets game. Chris Kerber here on TMA every Monday in the 8 o'clock hour, giving us his perspective on the Blues weekend and also sharing some stories about his late father. Curbs, always appreciate it. Once again, our thoughts with your family, sir.
Thank you, guys. Have an awesome week. Thanks for all you do, guys, and we'll talk to you during the week.
Thank you. That's Chris Kerber with us here on 101 ESPN. On the Stiefel dossier, Gabe DeArmond is going to be with us, brought to you by James Carlton in the 9 o'clock hour. Then our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Martin, you got an event coming up.
Looking forward to this on March 15th. Boy, it's coming. That'll be the night before Selection Sunday. We're talking football. Marshall Faulk, Jackie Smith, a couple of Hall of Famers, gold jacket wearing members of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And the event is Talking Football, telling their individual journey. Both are from Louisiana, starred in St. Louis, but raising money for our veterans. The folks down in Perryville that run Missouri's National Veterans Memorial once a year have a fundraising event in St. Louis to help out veteran organizations. And it's Saturday, March 15th at the Frontenac Hilton. You can buy tickets simply by calling 573-517-5132. Willie McGee, Steve Carlton, 517-5132. Again, a great fun night of storytelling, back and forth banter with Marshall and Jackie, and then also raising awareness, raising money for our veteran causes. And if you have not been to that replica Vietnam Wall in Perryville, you really need to check it out. Part of a larger presentation there honoring members of the military. So again, join us March 15th at the Frontenac Hilton, 517-5132.
Gabe DeArmond coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Jackson, you've put together a Cardinal preseason Gallup poll. Doug, a Gallup poll from Jackson.
Well, it couldn't possibly be. You'd have to go to the Gallup organization to get such a Gallup poll.
It's a Gallup poll. It's been certified.
Huh.
Yeah, you need to maybe check yourself before
Certified
you wreck
by
yourself.
who?
I'm bad for your health. Ice Cube. O'Shea Jackson, 91, 92?
I don't know the years, Tim.
91, 92.
George Gallup has given his stamp of approval on this?
Mm-hmm. Just got the word.
Okay.
Yeah, so Jackson's got that coming up. And then I guess we'll gauge where friends of the feather are as J.J. Weatherholt makes his case to be the Rookie of the Year by hitting a home run against the
You've already got him winning it?
Yep, that's how quickly things can move.
Only because it was Oppo.
Oppo, that's exactly right.
This kid is terrific.
That's all coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Oh, good. Yeah. 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 Bring it to the loo.
Doug, I'm so excited for this Gallup poll Jackson has. It's a Cardinal preseason poll brought to you by George Gallup's family.
I don't know that it is.
So I'm gonna write down your guys' answers to these, and then around the Midsummer Classic, I'll share with you where we're at.
All right. We're going to be held accountable.
Okay.
I'm gonna try.
We're predicting what's going to happen to certain players.
We couldn't even keep our records during the Pick 6 competition, but we're going to hold on to this little crib sheet.
Okay.
You got to believe. You
Amen.
know, every day is a new day. What position player do you think needs, and I capitalize needs, to advance in 2025 for the Cardinals to have success? Needs to advance.
Have success.
Oh, that's pretty wide range.
What does have success mean?
In the 5-year future.
In the 5-year future?
Because we're looking at the bigger picture. This is a bigger picture Cardinals preseason. That's the only way.
Big picture Gallup poll.
This is the only reason the Gallup organization stamped the approval on it, because it was big picture. They're like, if it was too micro, we would have said no dice. Sent you on to the next
Because
group.
of this convoluted question. Okay.
Your answer, Doug.
What's the question?
Who needs to have a...
Yeah, needs was capitalized.
Who needs to have a good season for the Cardinals to be good in 5 years?
Well, in the next 5 years.
Well, Jordan Walker, I would say.
Right. Doug says Jordan Walker.
How are we going to know?
What do you mean?
How are we going to know what the answer is?
Jackson's going to circle back with us.
There is no
in
answer.
5 years.
There is no answer, Doug.
Well, there's no
This would be a great follow-up this summer.
Well,
there is no answer.
I said they're on the mid. Yeah, I didn't say that they were like a right or wrong answer. I just want your opinion.
Okay.
So if somebody emerges that we didn't even think about, then we're wrong because that person was the one they obviously needed. We just didn't know it.
It's more of a reflection point. The process seems to be getting a lot of questioning here, and I want to focus more on the product.
Doug, don't focus on the process.
Okay.
Martin, your answer.
Gosh.
I don't understand.
No, there's no right or wrong answer, so just say anybody.
For this, I'll say Lars Nootbaar.
Okay, Martin says Lars Nootbaar.
I say Jordan Walker. I hate to duplicate.
Well, that's why I didn't pick him.
I gotta give my honest answer.
It's the only answer.
Yeah.
All right.
I tried to be Oppo. Now I'm going to get burned.
Now this question: what pitcher needs to advance in 2025?
I'm surprised the Gallup signed up on this.
I know. But the big picture, you got to remember.
Needs to have a successful season in order to be good in 5 years?
You're taking it too literally. Like, for the future health, the viability of the
60%
franchise.
of rotation will be out of baseball, so that helps.
Right.
Should we go back to the phone line?
314-974-0101.
I'm just,
I guess the youngest of the group is, Palante?
McGreevy.
If McGreevy can win a spot, he's got to beat out Gray and Fetty and Michaelis and Matson. I'll say Palante.
Okay, Andre Palante.
And this has to be at the major league level? So I can't pick Tink Hence or
you can pick
Quinn
whoever you'd
Matthews.
like, Martin.
Oh, okay, I'll just say Quinn Matthews then.
Okay, I like that
His
answer.
continued development is key to this organization.
I'll go with Tink Hence.
All right. I'm liking this. I'm liking the vibes coming off of these answers.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
It's not playing real well in the text inbox.
Can't wait for the summertime follow-up.
Well, I think it's being framed poorly, to be frank with you. Who do you think will be the leader in home runs in 2025 for your St. Louis baseball Cardinals?
Now that's something we can actually
do, yeah.
Okay. The home run leader will be Alec Burleson.
Burley for Doug. You can, and there can be duplicates, I know you.
Okay. You can name multiple players.
Well, no. Doug can't. Everyone, you can say Burl. Like, you could say Burleson, Martin. Tim, you could say Burleson. I don't care.
Okay.
I'll say Contreras.
Ooh. Gonzalez.
Gonzalez?
That's what the caller called him last week.
Oh. The caller, that's January listener of the month, Pestis from Festus.
Who's waiting on his gift pack.
That's exactly right. God. Oh, I think Burleson.
Okay, Alec Burleson, 2 votes. Who do you think will be the batting average leader for the St. Louis Cardinals?
For heaven's sakes.
God. All right,
Chairman Kurt just leaned over in his chair.
How did we go from the nebulous topics now to narrowed down and specific?
Again, this is another thing the Gallups liked is the variety.
The batting average leader?
Yeah.
I'll say Alec Burleson.
Okay. Seems to you're really cornering yourself here.
Yvonne Herrera.
I think he's the.
Vaughn Herrera. How about that? Wow, that's an intriguing.
Yeah. What do you know?
Yeah. What do you know, Martin?
Well, he hit 301 last year. He's a high average guy. He's a hitter. I don't know how many at bats he's going to have, but I think he's the most likely to be hovering around 300.
Okay.
I know that there's odds on this out there somewhere too, so I'd love to see what kind of numbers we would get on a hefty payout here. So the Cardinals batting average leaders last year, there was one guy who hit over 300. Martin named. Then there's a 23-point gap until you get to Brendan Donovan. I'm going to go with Brendan Donovan.
Brendan Donovan. Okay. All
That's
right.
a good play. That's a good play.
Not that my vote counts, but I would say Mason Wynn.
Okay. Well, why does your vote not count?
Yeah, because this is a 3-man weave. This is for this poll exclusively. And then the final...
is Arenado on the table for all of these topics, by the way?
Perfect lead into my final question.
Oh. What is it?
Will Nolan Arenado be a St. Louis Cardinal by season's end?
Don't say season's end. Say by the end of the season.
Seasons change. People change. Expose.
By the end of the season, I'll say no.
Okay. Doug says no. Martin?
No.
Martin says no, and not a lot of passion. Tim?
I think Martin's passion isn't necessarily about the question so much as the overall poll.
You didn't like the poll, Martin?
No, it's fine.
It's a decent
I
poll.
started confused. I thought we were just going to have a philosophy exam where you put down all these random answers and then the professor just puts C and you're like, why? Or B. And they just kind of randomly decide what grade you get. And now we're whittled down to actual hard data that we can point to.
Yeah, that's
I'm just
a good
little
mixture.
confused. I love you. I'm confused.
Get this mother effer off the air.
Oh.
Drink some Drano, pal. It's from the 314.
No, thanks.
No.
Okay, that's 3 no's. That's a resounding no. With Nolan Arenado being...
Something had to have happened this weekend, and then I don't think they expected it to get out. I don't know what it was, but you had 3 different sources reporting the Cardinals and Astros thing. Something is going on with specific to Arenado. That's what I'm talking
It could
about.
be as simple as Houston made a call and to the Cardinals, hey, we'd love to revisit it. What do you think? And then Arenado says no, and Mo says no. And then there it is. I mean, I don't know, but I think those are scenarios that could play out. I don't think it's the Boston stuff. I felt like it was the Arenado camp kind of stoking that one a little bit. I don't think they would have any role in this if it's a place he doesn't want to go at this point. It is really strange.
It is very
He got a standing O on Saturday in his spring debut.
I would think the fans want him to stay. He's the best player on the team.
Do you think fans, if we put out a Gallup poll, do you want Nolan Arenado to stay on the Cardinals before the opening day? You think most people would say yes?
Oh, yeah, sure.
What player needs to stay the most? Think about it.
Gallup poll.
Walker and Wynn, I guess, but tied for first.
Yeah.
You don't want them leaving.
Problem is, Walker's the answer to almost every question. Who has to emerge? Who do you think is the key?
Because we're talking high ceilings.
Right.
This is riveting. That's from Vintage Damon. A guy named Jose says these questions are terrible.
Oh.
Just a terrible no-effort segment.
Come on.
Are you?
No, that's cool.
It's
No, it's
You
really
can say that about a lot of our segments.
No, it's
Just
great.
a terrible.
Exactly. Have we ever had a segment
Low
with
effort.
effort?
What if you put a music bed under this? Would that have changed everything?
Yeah.
EDM. I just kept the sexy on remix.
So when Chuck Marlowe was a young reporter producer, he would also produce a little bit. So we'd be working on a piece, and I would say, "Give me a little." Music bed. He's like, what? I go, I don't know, something. And he goes, oh, really? What's I go, just, dancey music, fast paced. You get yourself a little of that EDM. Find the music base. We'll revisit the topics. It'll feel entirely different. Tim, who need? And then and then you hit it hard. What player needs to produce for this franchise to turn the corner in the next 5 years? Doug?
There's about 10 of them need to produce.
No.
About 25 of them.
How about that? That's a wonderful music bed right there.
I was thinking non-lyrical, but that's okay.
Guys, I'd rather see the Cardinals trade Walker and keep Nolan. That's from the 314. How about that?
That's interesting.
I forget where I was Thursday or Friday, but I looked up at a TV, and the first thing I see is Paul Goldschmidt hitting the ball off the wall for the Yankees.
Alex Bregman went yard in his first at bat for the Swalks.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know. Did he play second? I should know this. I'll have to look it up now.
Crowdsource.
It's crowdsourcing season.
Assuming he played second base. So that thing has died down in Boston.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're feeling a little sluggish on this Monday morning, it could just be Monday, but it could be a symptom of low testosterone, especially if you're feeling tired all the time, if you've noticed you put on some weight, or you haven't putting muscle on like you used to. Notice some more belly fat, and that's not going away. Those can be symptoms of low testosterone. Mentality can help the cause. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It's Mentality. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, talking it over with us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. He's presented to you by James Carlton. That's next here on 101 ESPN and TMA's YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Taking a look around the world of local college hoops. Illinois gets boat raced by the tune of 110-67 at the hands of Duke. SLU picks up a nice win over Rhode Island, and Missouri falls to Arkansas at Bud Walton. We have Gabe DeArmond on the line on the other side of the break talking about that very game and the rest of the season for the Tigers. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Missouri is where I live. What's this going to be like tomorrow at 8 o'clock at Mizzou Arena when the Gamecocks come a-calling and they hear Tina E. welcome them? How are they going to handle it, Doug?
I don't think they'll handle it very well. I think the Tigers will beat them easily.
Nice. Jackson thinks the number is going to be 12.5. If I can get that to single digits, I might release the 5-star play of the year on February 26th.
If Josh Gray remains out, maybe, but if he's
25th? Well, somebody will look it up.
Yeah. I think Mizzou will take pride in the fact that they've got like the best home record in the nation this year. Yeah. And they'll get all revved up to defend that again.
Slap the floor.
Yeah, something like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure here in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour to welcome the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, to the program. He is brought to you by James Carlton every Monday and Friday on TMA. Morning, Colonel.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Wow, you sound like the Chipper Chicken.
Sure does.
I'm good.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
It's above freezing. The snow's melted, so life is okay.
See, things are good, Doug.
That's good. I agree.
Now, this is. I was reading your 10 things on a Monday morning on PowerMizzou.com, recommended reading, and I think I'm sharing the same mindset you are on Saturday night. Number one, I thought that was going to be tough anyway. But number two, the fact that Missouri played as poorly as it did, turned the ball over as much as it did, Grill shot as poorly as he did, and yet they still were in position to win that game. In a weird way, that makes me feel better about the big picture. What are your thoughts on that, Colonel?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we found out on Saturday was Missouri probably can't win with a C- or a D+ game, but they probably could have won with a B- or a C+ game against a team that is either in the tournament or right on the edge of it.
Well, so now they've got South Carolina, and we were saying that looks like a blowout win for the Tigers. Do they even need to play the game?
I think they are required to. I think the SEC bylaws.
Yeah, Doug, come on.
Okay.
You cannot just call in a result.
Well,
like the local TV station. I got a final over at Mizzou. Well, they haven't played yet.
Yeah, just have the big old fish call in. Hey, Mizzou, 87, South Carolina 69. Game over.
Why do you think Mizzou has been so formidable at home? I know everybody plays much better at home, but this is kind of to the extreme this year.
Yeah, everybody has been better at home. But, Missouri's actually been pretty good on the road, too. I mean, I understand they've lost, they lost Memphis. That was the first game of the year. They lost Texas and Arkansas, but those were both close games. It's not like they've been blown out. And look at the Florida game and the Mississippi State game. I think they've been a pretty consistent team. They have done a better job finishing at home. And I think the reason for that is when you get in a situation where you're making a run, your crowd can kind of pull you to extend that run a little bit better, or can rattle the other team, or frankly at times rattle the officials, and a few calls go your way at home that probably don't go your way on the road.
Mizzou shot 36 threes. They knocked down 12. Caleb Grill, 2 of 12. Is there, as Gates ever said, we want to shoot 30 a game. We want to shoot 25. I know that's where the game has gone, launching threes. Do they have an optimum number in mind?
If they do, he won't share it with us. He has said in the past that he wants to lead the country in three-point attempts. They're not particularly close to that. I remember there was a game earlier this year where Tennessee shot 45. You can argue they probably shot a few too many, on Saturday. But the flip side is they weren't really exactly dominating down low. You know, Mark Mitchell was having his struggles. I think he shot 40% and had 6 turnovers. They didn't have Josh Gray in the game. And, you know, I don't think those were bad shots from Caleb Grill. I mean, they didn't go in, but we've seen him make those shots this year. To me, I'd rather go down with my best guy missing than with somebody that doesn't shoot as well taking those shots. So I didn't really have a huge problem with the shot selection on Saturday.
Yeah, no, I didn't either. And a guy like Grill, I just assume at some point he's going to make one. He's going to get out of it. That's what he does. But I was just curious in general if they have a number in mind. But you're right. That's the game right now. Was it the SLU launched 38 on Saturday? The Illini launched 26, Tim. How many do you think they made out of 26?
Boy, they got blown off the floor.
They made 2.
Oh, dear good.
2 out of 26. Boy, that's not helping Mizzou's cause as the Illinois drop off. They need Illinois to get it going to help that Mizzou resume,
right.
Doug.
Doesn't look like it's going to happen. But Grill never saw a shot he didn't like. He keeps firing away, doesn't he?
Oh, for sure. But, I mean, like, if you look back at the Alabama game, the shot that really probably iced that game was like a falling down three-pointer from the wing, and it went in. So when he makes those shots, it's really hard to look at it and say, hey, you shouldn't take this one. You know, I mean, they've lost a couple games this year where the reason they lost was because he missed open threes. And sometimes the ball doesn't go in, but he's the guy you want taking the shot. And the Illinois game, came down to the last 15 seconds, and Jacob Cruz had a pretty good look from the wing that didn't go in. And at the time, I think a lot of Missouri fans were thinking, hey, that's not the guy you want taking that shot. Now that is the guy you want taking that shot.
Gabe DeArmond with us, brought to you by James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James is online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. I recommend to become yours as well. The number is 314-961-4800. You call there right now. Somebody in his office in Webster Groves is going to answer your call, and there's a good chance they're going to be able to save you money, especially if your insurance went up year over year. James Carlton, carltoninsurance.net. 415 5-star ratings on Google. James Carlton, sponsor of Game DeArmond, carltoninsurance.net. Colonel, I want to move to college football, and I don't know how much this has been discussed on Power Mizzou, so if it has, I apologize. And if it hasn't, I'm coming out of nowhere with it, I apologize as well. I was listening to some podcasts over the weekend and reading some columns on this, that there is talk of the SEC revamping championship weekend in college football. Any of you boys heard about this at all? Anybody, nurse? That they wouldn't just have the SEC championship game, and then that game would be merely for seeding, so both teams get in. You know that. So the one team that wins gets the bye. But then the next 4 teams in the standings would play. So 3 would play 6 and 4 would play 5. And that is how the other 2 spots in the college football playoff would be determined. Colonel, have you heard anything about this possibility?
Yeah, Ross Dellinger wrote that last week. It's all part of this, hey, what's the playoff going to look like going forward, and guaranteed bids for leagues. And with the SEC and the Big Ten, they're talking about 4 guaranteed spots. The ACC and Big 12 are 2. So the ACC and Big 12, they're talking about, hey, you still, maybe 2 plays 3. Your regular season champion gets in, and then 2 plays 3. Here's the issue with that. The only thing I think dumber than, hey, you're guaranteed to get in if you get 4th place is, we're going to guarantee 4 spots, but you're not guaranteed to get in if you get 3rd place. I mean, I understand what we're doing. What we're doing is these conference championship games make too much money for TV and are too popular for us to go to the TV channels who run our sport and tell them that they just don't get that game anymore. So we have to have something on that game, and it has to be meaningful for people to want to watch. But, I mean, wait until the first year of this, if they do it. When Alabama finishes 3rd and Missouri finishes 6th, then Missouri upsets Alabama to go to the college football playoff. Nice. Well, that's going to go out the window the next day. I mean, I don't understand why, if you're guaranteeing 4 spots, those 4 spots don't go to the top 4 teams in the league. What are we doing? And tiebreakers figure in and all that. Again, I don't understand why we need to guarantee spots to conferences anyway, really. But that seems to be kind of the way it's going.
Do you think they really need to fix anything from the current system? Maybe change the seedings there after they've played around, but it's pretty good the way it is now, isn't it?
Yeah, change the seedings. Don't give Arizona State the 3 seed and Boise the 4 seed. Give them a spot, but just seed the 12 teams that make it in the correct order. But this is what college athletics does, right? We do something for 1 year and go, well, this doesn't work. We hate this. We got to fix this. And then they fix it, and then that just brings up a whole other set of problems, right? It's like all they can do is let's see what works best for tomorrow without thinking if it'll work best 2 days from now. They have a long-standing tradition of it. And, yeah, I thought the college football playoff was fine. I mean, I didn't see major issues with it. I like that it's made the regular season far more relevant for far more teams and fans. But again, if you are guaranteeing spots, like how many games in the SEC and the Big Ten just simply don't matter in the last 2 weeks of the season now? How many of them are just, I mean, you're already even with the loss. Like you're going to finish top 4 in the league, so you're in. I mean, I guess this makes it matter a little more, and you can finish 6th in your conference and have a chance to knock out the number 3 team. None of them makes any sense to me.
We had Mizzou, Arkansas over the weekend basketball. I know in football they have the battle line rivalry. Do you find that is there one school that has become the rival? I feel like Tennessee in football for a minute. Do you think we'll ever have a true SEC Mizzou rival that everyone sort of equally hates or looks forward to beating?
I mean, I think it could be Oklahoma as we go forward. Now, Missouri has to be much more competitive in that than it was, obviously, for most of the Big 8 and Big 12 days, but got off to a good start this year in the football game. And there have been a lot of really good basketball games between those teams over the years. Now, the problem is, obviously, Missouri's never going to be Oklahoma's main rival because Texas is. I think the best football rivalry so far has been South Carolina, honestly. There have been some really good games, some really meaningful games. I think it's relatively obvious that the 2 teams and the 2 coaches don't particularly love each other. So I think that's been Missouri's best football rivalry, but they're probably not going to play South Carolina on a regular basis going forward. So I don't know what that turns into.
Better get used to Arkansas. That's worked out okay, hasn't it?
Arkansas fine.
Yeah.
But again, Arkansas has to be a little more competitive in football. Like, it's not a rivalry when it's like 8-2 over the last 10 or 9-1 over the last 10 games. I do think that's a good basketball rivalry. Like, I've always viewed that a little bit more like I did Kansas, and I know this offends some Missouri fans, but that was always far more of a basketball rivalry to me than it was a football rivalry. I mean, the football game was fine, but to me, KU was never the football game I circled on the calendar.
Yeah, they were horrible for years and years.
Gabe DeArmond every Monday and Friday here on TMA, brought to you by James Carlton. And you can read more at powermizzou.com. Colonel, appreciate the time, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
You too. That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. We have some news regarding sports gambling in Missouri and a substantial development here within the last handful of minutes. I'll have that for you coming up on the other side of the break. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan with you to talk about aesthetic, design, and build. They have been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walked me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. The best thing is they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmicky discounts. They encourage you to go go out and do your research. They're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see that they are the better choice. Give them a call at 636-532-5008. That's 636-532-5008. Or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. The weather's starting to warm up. You want your outdoor space ready to go. Work with Aesthetic Design and Build and Dan and his team at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. What a choice.
Where'd this come from?
Are you guys into Huey?
Well, sure.
This is from the album 4.
Oh, is it really?
Not to be confused with Sports.
Sports, of course, its predecessor. We'll talk more Huey Lewis in the news coming up in the 10 o'clock hour.
Oh, not till 10?
Yeah, because that's when you get that onboarding.
Shoot.
Got breaking news here on the Twitter tweets. Alex Gold, who works at 96.5, The Fan in Kansas City, has tweeted out the following regarding Missouri sports betting, which last week celebrations kicked in throughout the land as it was going to be ready to go a couple of months out from football season. Doug, hold on a second.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Missouri's sports betting launch has been delayed.
Oh, no.
Secretary of State Denny Hoskins rejected the emergency rules. The go-live date will now be pushed back into the fall. By law, Missouri must launch sports betting by December 1st, 2025. Alex Gold goes on to say, the timeline is TBD, I'm told, but there will not be the opportunity to make bets prior to the start of the football season. As a state senator, Hoskins blocked and filibustered just about any attempt to legalize sports betting. So Denny Hoskins, who has been one of the faces of the movement to keep sports betting from the state of Missouri, has come back, and he has done it again as now Secretary of State.
People from St. Louis suck.
I'm surprised he would alone have that power. Could the governor not override that? Oh, that was crowdsourcing there.
That's exactly right.
Are you Jeff sitting sourcing?
This is brutal.
Jackson's not in a good place.
Well, so it has to be done by December 1st, and it'll get done on December. That's when it'll come in.
So
And
he's just pushed. So it can't be stopped, right? It was voted on. So he's just helping delay it.
I am reading from a gaming network site just this morning. Missouri's plan to launch legal sports betting this summer has been delayed after Secretary of State Denny Hoskins rejected an emergency rulemaking request by the Missouri Gaming Commission. The decision, announced on February 21st, means that regulators must follow the standard rulemaking process, effectively pushing the anticipated June launch to late summer or the fall of 2025. Hoskins stated that the proposed emergency rules, which were submitted to Governor Mike Keogh on January 27th, did not meet the legal requirements for emergency approval. Quote, the proposed emergency rules were intended to address specific aspects of gaming regulations. However, following a thorough review, it was concluded that the matter does not meet the criteria for emergency rulemaking according to Missouri law. That's from Denny Hoskins. According to Missouri law, emergency rulemaking can only be granted if there is immediate danger to public health, safety, or welfare, or if the rule is necessary to preserve a compelling governmental interest that requires an early effective date. Hoskins determined that sports betting regulations did not meet these conditions, meaning they must proceed through the standard rulemaking process, which includes a public input period. The Missouri Gaming Commission had initially targeted June 2025 as the market's launch date, despite the state's legal deadline requiring that wagering begin no later than December 1st. Following Hoskins' rejection, the Missouri Gaming Commission confirmed that its proposed licensing rules, which were filed alongside the emergency request, will become effective on August 30th, 2025. So in the absence of emergency rules, our timeline is being pushed back months, the commission stated in an email. Commission staff will continue working to ensure we meet constitutionally required start date of sports wagering, which is not later than December 1st, 2025. There you go.
Well, if he's doing it for legal reasons, I guess that's a legitimate cause. If he's just looking at how the law reads, and he can't do it.
Football is clearly the cutoff, though, right? I mean, that's when everybody will be. If it's not available in time for football, that's when people.
Sounding like it's not.
Well, if it's end of August, it'd be most of football.
Well, I think that there was when a certain policy was going to get done. I think it said that it wasn't going to make the football date. Either way, it's still. I mean, you're still coming in too late.
Well, if it is the end of August, that wouldn't be too late. It's the 1st of December. It'd be too late for most of it.
Oh yeah, it's way too late. That would be the exact end of when they can't. They have to do it by then.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when I bet it will happen. Is by the end of the date.
Yeah.
For the record, just for the purpose of full disclosure, and perhaps Doug, he is acting in the best interests of the law. But in 2023, when he was a state senator, he was the one blocking every effort to legalize sports gambling in Missouri. And quote from MissouriNet.com. In 2023, a large part of the disagreement was over the regulation of video lottery machines found in many Missouri bars, restaurants, and truck stops. Hoskins said the machines are a form of gambling and should be included and taxed in sports betting. So that has always been the core issue with those little devices
and
at the gas stations.
They're still out there, right?
There is no secret plan.
Well, there was a secret plan.
So he has a fiduciary responsibility as the Attorney General, or the Secretary of State, rather. But with that on his track record, it does make you want, is it personal as opposed to professional?
It's not shocking to me that this is delayed by him. If it was delayed by someone else, I'd be like, oh, okay. Well, but when it's delayed by him, it's like pattern of past practice.
If you just like don't think about it too much, though, like it all makes sense.
I don't know that it does.
Yeah.
Either way, we're the consumers to pay once again.
So my high school bookie gets to keep operating.
Yeah, he's probably jumping for joy. Red tape city around here, man. Let's get some bets down.
Red tape city.
It's just I hit the I hit the dais a little hard, and Doug's camera flipped upside down.
Oh no!
Oh, did it really?
You'll see it
Doug's
here
upside down. There's a delay.
I can't wait to
What
watch
a
it.
treat.
You'll see
the
here.
YouTube chat now brought to you by Michelob Ultra. They're going to get a real treat. YouTube.com/TMA.
I don't
There it is!
And I flipped back.
And why did that happen?
I kind of pounded the dais.
You pounded the desk. You were so mad. Denny Hoskins, 50 years old, born in Jeff City, Tim. Went to Central Missouri State. He's a mule.
Mules.
But then he got some kind of master's at the University of Columbia. How about that? Public administration. He has a master's.
Okay.
So he's a true son. How about that?
Denny Hoskins has the members of the gas station slot people up his tushy. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko, who usually is focusing his texts on Jackson. Now he's focusing them on the Secretary of State.
Well, from what you read, it sounded like he wanted those gas station people to pay taxes on the gambling. So he wouldn't be in their pocket. He'd be in
But it has to be included into the bill, is what he's saying. And
wouldn't that be a good thing for that to be taxed?
I'm going to make a poll.
Everything else gets taxed?
Are you about to do a Gallup poll?
I'm going to fire up a poll. I just say I want to get the people's perspective.
Okay.
I guess send it to the Gallup organization first.
This is people's frustration with government, though. They voted on this. Like, okay, when is it rolling out? Well, I don't know. Could be June. Could be December. Could be August. Not sure. Not
and
clear.
people that you don't think should have the power to stand in the way find a way to do that.
Yeah, isn't it frustrating?
It is, yeah.
Red tape city. That's where we're living in.
Red tape city.
Meanwhile, high school bookies the world over are jumping with joy. And it's BS. And it's money that Missouri's missing out on. That's like another month or 2 months or 3 months of people driving across borders.
Wedding Tackle is not sympathetic, Jackson. He says, imagine getting mad about not being able to bet on sports. Touch a girl.
Touch a girl.
You can touch a girl or some grass, you simps. Maybe talk to a real person or walk outside. Doug, that's from Wedding Tackle, and he wants you to touch a girl.
Some good advice.
One could say that about any complaint. It's like, oh, you're complaining about your health care costs? Go touch a girl.
But I mean, your anger led to Doug's camera flipping upside down.
That wasn't by design.
It's really getting serious, the fact that you can't control your temper.
Well, I just, sometimes you got to pound the desk.
I was hanging here like a bat there for a while.
Yeah, that's right.
From your toes.
Yes.
Pestis finally got what he wanted. Doug was hanging from his toes for a brief moment.
Yeah. It's just
Mr.
frustrating.
Lick says Hoskins is the textbook definition of an LBH. What's an LBH?
LBH.
Martin, do you know LBH?
I'm still on Huey Lewis's Wikipedia page over here.
Liberal boy hater?
No, I'm sure he's a good old conservative.
LBH.
LBH.
Long but hefty?
I don't know. Mr. Licks sent it in. I figured that was a mainstream term that I just was not familiar with.
LBH.
I don't know.
Now, Mr. Licks is crowdsourcing, or am I crowdsourcing? Who's crowdsourcing?
LBH abbreviation, let's be honest.
Nice. Really nice.
The best one I'm finding is Loser Back Home.
Loser Back Home.
Oh, that's from White Lotus. White Lotus Season 3.
Doug, have you watched White Lotus Season 3?
I haven't. It just started again, right?
I've watched both sods.
You watched both sods?
Both sods.
All right, QFT, we're breaking it down.
Oh, wow.
Wow, he just dictated the terms.
I mean, God, the topics are usually so special.
Just at the end, we'll put a spoiler warning out. Hell yeah, I'm excited. LBH, Loser Back Home. Yes, okay. Sorry, Mr. Licks. That's my fault.
Can the rest of us be allowed in on the...
Loser back home. So, like, back home, like, if you're on vacation, you're a loser back home. But you thrive at this 5-star resort.
Oh.
I don't know what that has to do with Denny Hoskins.
Well, that's kind of what I was wondering.
I don't know. Licks will have to clarify that, but loser back home,
Doug,
yes.
Martin likes when Mr. Licks calls in, so he's going to have to call on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That's how he can get involved on this award-winning presentation. Coming up on the Stiefel dossier, we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And you can compete. Buck Swope is leading, but this thing is still tight enough that anybody can win. Final week of the month of February. That's coming up on the Stiefel dossier already on the program today. And you can go back and podcast podcast on the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Mark Lamping, Chris Kerber, and Gabe DeArmond. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Think about that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreenstl.com. Martin, do you have that Air Comfort Service text inbox up in front of you?
I do now.
Okay. Do you see the text from Little Beer Cats? It was sent at 9:42.
Let's see. Scrolling ahead. I'm always about an hour behind.
Okay. It's a picture of him at a party, and he's with a young lady, and he says, "Yeah, I think I'm starting to like Murray State boys."
I'm seeing it.
Go Racers.
Could it be that that's what the girl wrote in the picture?
Yeah, but it was sent in from the Little Beer Cats text account.
No, he texted that. I can't imagine that.
I don't think he's saying I like Murray State boys. He's saying I like Murray State boys.
Well, a comma is important.
I understand.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm reading is, I'm thinking I'm starting to like Murray State boys.
Right. Which sure, but just kind of an announcement here on the program
by Little Beer Cats who really could have used a little comma.
Yeah, you gotta, punctuation is important.
Starting to like Murray State boys. I'm starting to like Murray State.
If you put it in a different place, boys, I think I'm starting to like Murray State.
Right.
That would have helped.
But instead, the text says, I think I'm starting to like Murray State boys.
Like, why are we assuming that there was some mistake when he said what he said? You can talk about.
And this is a show that is known for not kink shaming.
I do kink shame.
To be fair, he attached 2 pictures of him with a young lady. So I think he's at like a party, but he didn't put the comma, so we're going to put the label on him.
Yeah, Little Beer Cats, I guess you've got to call in 314-974-0101. And you can also just make announcements in the YouTube chat, which is now sponsored by Michelob Ultra. Welcome aboard, Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL, where 267 friends have gathered here on a Monday. Let's see what we got, Jackson. Martin's got onboarding. I know that, and that's only 11 minutes away. So what do you want to make sure we cover here before Martin has to go?
Any deep philosophical dives?
Well, first, I'd love him to talk about the sponsor of the email today. That's Design Air. Oh, I'm sorry. Nope, I don't. That was mean to Doug. I misread Doug. That's Doug's.
Yeah, I didn't feel like it was mean.
Yeah, it was very mean.
My bad. My bad. That's my fault. With the return of STL City SC,
yes,
I ask about sports on streamers, as they are the biggest league in America that is exclusively found on the streamer. Do you think sports will still remain hesitant to put more of their games on streaming platforms? Do you think there will be a forced shift over for the culture? Instead of, people kind of being like him and Han, like, I don't know how to get it. Are leagues going to kind of force you to figure it out? Or do you think that they're going to still take their time with the shift over to streamers? Because I think we all know that's where they're going.
Well, it depends on where the money is, for sure. But I don't think that they would have any real interest in taking it off of broadcast television just to do it.
Right.
I think the NFL for sure still wants everybody to be able to watch the games.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, they have the perfect package. You have broadcast over the air, Fox, CBS, NBC, and then you also do those side deals with Amazon and Netflix, so you can make money every way.
One could say the NFL's been, of the 4 majors, the most aggressive when it comes to streamers putting big playoff games on
NFL
Peacock
Network
only.
Early on, you were like, where the hell is NFL Network? They put games on.
Well, nowadays, I would say that if they put a game on NFL Network, more people will be confused than if they put it on Peacock. And I think that's the first time you can probably say that ever, that they'd be more confused on a kind of off channel as opposed to a streaming service.
Well, the NFL obviously has a lot more leverage than the other leagues, too. Because whatever the NFL does, people will chase after to make sure they see it.
Yeah, Prime Video, I think, was a good example of that.
If the other sports were to go all streaming, they might have trouble with that. Now, maybe not 10, 15 years from now.
Sure.
But now they would.
I think the MLS would be better served if they had some other outlets. I think Fox gets a handful of games. We've had about 1 city game a year, and they do show some games on Fox or FS1. But I feel like it being on Apple, like the diehards find it for sure.
I'm a subscriber.
But the rest of the country, I feel like, what is it? Oh,
I agree with you.
Don't get to see it much.
And they do not release the numbers. That is not a coincidence. So, yeah, I think that's where it's going to go because that's where the population is going.
Yeah. I agree. I think that when you talk about the NFL. If you put it there, if you build it, they will come, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I think I'd be really curious. I know the Cardinals will never release the information, but how many people end up signing up for Cardinals and Blues sign up for the direct-to-consumer option as opposed to just watching it on their television through Spectrum or DirecTV. I'd be very curious to see the total volume of people buying that, both from a fan interest standpoint and to see where people are at these days.
So the original query was what?
Is just kind of a lead into a bigger discussion.
Okay.
Martin, why did you know that Jackson was bluffing there? You came over the top.
I was just I wanted to clarify. I wanted us to get drilled down to a specific answer.
I kind of have a Ask Tony beef where some of these some of these goober callers call in with asinine asinine mistime questions, and Doug and Martin will be, we'll entertain it all. It's all good. Oh, good question. And then I take my time and try to ask something. It's like, what's the question? This poll's dumb.
No, I was trying to make sure, Coach Jacober, I was trying to make sure that we answered it properly. So I was trying to be clear on what the exact question.
It was a clarifying question.
I was looking for clarity. I wasn't mocking. I was trying to clarify.
All right.
And did we answer it? I think.
All right, we just got over the water's under the bridge.
And your question again was...
Oh, no, so he gets to ask.
Will sports teams force the public to go to accept all streaming?
Right. Do you think that will be can sports be the catalyst where it's all streaming all the time? Because I don't know about most of our listeners, but do you ever watch linear television outside of sports viewing?
Whoa!
Don't say linear.
Martin just took a shot.
Whoa.
Back and forth they go.
Of course they do.
Fox 2 Sports.
Yeah. You said, do you ever?
Oh, right.
Of course they do.
Fox 2 Sports. Okay. All right.
That was a real jackass.
Outside of quality local programming, are you watching... is linear TV appointment television for
callers, linear TV. This is like an Edmonds call. Just everybody's getting annihilated.
I don't mean to.
What some of this comes down to is some people like things and some people don't like other things.
Yeah.
Not everyone watching TV is a 20-something sports fanatic. They watch all kinds of things on linear TV.
How about this, Jackie? What's the perfect TV model for a league?
If you're asking me personally, but are you asking for the health of the league or for me personally? Because that's two different things.
Health of the league.
Both being on linear and direct-to-consumer, kind of like what the Cardinals are having now that they've put in the new direct-to-consumer package. That is ideal because you can cover all your bases. However, I don't know how long of a shelf life that has. If it's more profitable to cut linear altogether.
But that NFL package, I think, is the answer because it's largely available.
So expensive, though.
Well, no, I'm saying CBS, and if you live in Kansas City, you can see the Chiefs almost every game.
Yeah, if you live in KC, yeah. But if you're an out-of-town fan, if I'm a Cardinal fan wherever, I can get direct-to-consumer and do that. Whereas if you're out-of-town fan,
NFL fan is the one who pays through the nose.
It's so expensive. It's so expensive.
We got breaking news. I don't know what got... Doug, what's the vetting process to get on the phone lines here?
Well, you talk to Chairman Kurt.
Yeah.
And he lets you right in.
I got a text from the chairman that says state rep from Jeff City on the line. Ken Waller, he has information on the gambling situation.
Okay. Like that?
Yeah, and I looked it up. The name matches his description on the caller ID.
Now, he represents Jefferson County. Is this a connection that you have as a proud Jefferson Countian?
No, this is my first dalliance with Mr. Waller.
No, that was the right word.
And there is a vetting process. About 2 hours ago, I heard him say to the caller, I don't think we're going to get into that.
Really?
And I was fascinated because I'm like, what?
A guy asked if we were interested in putting together a celebrity death pool. I said, we're probably going to skip that.
Good call.
Ours is the type of presentation where government officials feel free to
drop in at any time.
And that's what's going on. We welcome to the program Missouri State Representative Ken Waller on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. Good morning.
How are you, Tim? Great. I love listening to you on the line, and I'm glad you're on the radio. And love when you back on Channel 4. So
yes, he is. This guy, he understands the whole program. Congressman, thank you so much for calling in. I guess you heard us talking about the sports gambling news in the previous segment. Do you have some additional information?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify a couple things. If this would have went through the process of normal legislation and it would have went through the House and the Senate and the governor would have signed it, then this would have went into effect on basically August 28th, because the governor has to, whatever he signs, has to go into effect by August. So, unfortunately, with the Secretary of State being Denny Hoskins, he has some power. Unless it has an emergency clause in the bill, then he can pretty much do what he wants to, which is unfortunate for all of us here in Missouri who wants to have sports betting, and the majority of the people out there approved it. So if this would have been just a normal bill that went through the normal process, we would be able to start sports betting here around the first part of September, which would include football season. So I'm going to do a little bit more digging. I was listening to you sitting here in the doctor's office waiting to get in, and I just happened to hear the conversation. So I'm going to find out a little bit more and try to get back with you later in the week to let you know how much of that you heard was true and how much is not. But the sooner we get this going, the better it is for the state, and I think for everybody that wants to bet on sports.
Is there a fair representation of Denny Hoskins, who is the Secretary of State, as far as, because I know he's advanced legislature in the past for legalized gambling, and that it often is related to the video terminals. What is his stance historically?
Honestly, I just don't know. I know he's been against it, so. Yeah, so I'm going to do some more digging for you, and I definitely will get back with you.
And you're a 1980 grad of Festus, so it all goes back to Festus High School.
Festus connection on this
huge
show.
In the Twin Cities.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you said
it sounds like he's going into a doctor's appointment.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I will. As soon as I get some information, I'll try to call back later in the week and clarify all this for you guys.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's Representative Ken Waller calling into the program. Thank you, Representative.
I think he's
already in the doctor's office.
I kind of dropped him.
Oh, Jackson dropped him.
He's lucky he had to go, because I was just going to lay into him about the water tower thing.
Is he responsible for the water tower?
I don't know if he's responsible.
But it doesn't matter.
He represents Jefferson County, so it's the start.
It's the wrong color? Is that?
Yeah, I don't know why they changed it from the seafoam green to the blue, and I haven't slept well since it happened years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Timmy's a 1980 graduate of Festus High School. That would be State Representative Ken Waller, District 114.
He's getting a lot of support from the Flat Avenue boy. I live in St. Peter's. How do I vote for this guy? You call into the show, Doug, you get immediate support. Mr. Licks says, I like the cut of this guy's jib. That's Mr. Licks. He's on board as well.
So that means Ken Waller is not an LBH.
No.
Okay.
Certainly not. One would think.
Is this that Hoskins guy who was against this before, the gas station guy? Is that what he's known as, the gas station guy?
I think so.
That's from Harrison's brother, Master. He's not happy about it.
Give us a little cut, and he asked for a little cut over here, a little cut over there to get it done.
Wait, a gift card?
Denny Hoskins is the state
gas card
Secretary of State, and then Representative Waller, both Republican, but apparently there's been a clause. He was trying to give us a little bit of a governmental understanding of the procedural things that are taking place. Nonetheless, the gamblers get screwed.
And he said it wasn't a normal bill. I was going to ask him, why isn't it? What makes this an abnormal bill? But the doctor called him in to be examined. Well,
he said he'll call back later. We had a lot of Festus callers who say, well, I'll be calling back, and then they announce when they're going to be on again.
We should be all Festus all the time.
That's a nice hole, Bill.
Guys, it sounds like Ken will be governor soon. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Yeah, that's what happens. You call into this show, Doug, and it's you skyrocket in popularity. Yeah. Smart move.
Did Keel call in here? I bought a car from his dealership from years ago.
And you think that's what got him?
Had to help.
That's Representative Ken Waller calling in, I guess a loyal listener of the program, and giving us some information. And it doesn't sound like he's too high on what's going on with the sports gambling. Yeah, I don't know.
Sounded frustrated, like many of the constituents who believe it was voted for, and now getting it enacted is a challenge. He also seemed to be up on Doug's Channel 4 work, which is great.
I'm not doing any work there right now.
We're going to question a state rep. Jeez.
He's right and I'm wrong about where I work.
He seemed to enjoy you on there.
Ken Waller was the first county executive in Jefferson County, Missouri, for reasons I will never understand. This show absolutely crushes it in Jefferson County. That's Mr. Licks.
This is where we play.
Yeah, that's where we play. That's where we play ball.
Do we not crush it anywhere else?
No, not
exclusively
really.
Jeff?
Maybe the 63109.
Just
Webster.
that zip code?
Yeah. Specifically Webster, I think.
We're big on Lockwood.
They love us on Lockwood. Martin, you have onboarding?
I do. Haim just texted and said, let's go, because they won't start the Zoom until we're all on board.
So Martin has onboarding. Chairman Kurt slides up onto the dais. You can send your emails in. That's coming up on the Stiefel dossier the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That is why he is making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard. That's awesome compensation in this industry. Just come on in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. There is a reason he has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. That's in Creve Coeur, in Dardenne Prairie, and in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders will not work out at the scouting combine in Indianapolis this week. Sources confirmed to ESPN he is projected to be the top 2 players at the quarterback position in the NFL draft. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Give me that daddy butter. Give me that daddy butter.
Remix. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt sliding in while Martin Kilcoyne is on this onboarding situation, Doug, that, the show has been on 101 ESPN now for 4 months. And the thought was that within 6 months that he would get the onboarding completed. So we're maybe 2 months away before Martin will be able to join us.
It's very exhaustive and thorough.
10 o'clock hour. That's exactly right. With regard to the news this morning regarding Missouri sports gambling, we have a texter who is not a fan of sports gambling. Says, good job, Secretary of State. Why do we need sports betting? We don't need gambling, and especially sports betting. The delay is giving the Secretary of State time to keep fighting the bill in the courts. So this is somebody who is not a fan of sports gambling and then, from their perspective, believes that Denny Hoskins, who has announced this morning that sports gambling will not be ready in time for the football season, is actually utilizing his powers to try to keep fighting the bill or the poll, I guess, the legislation that was voted on and approved by Missouri voters in November. So that is what this person's theory is.
All right.
So keep an eye on that.
Be curious if there's precedent for that elsewhere, maybe other states that have legalized sports gambling.
It was a narrow margin.
It was very narrow, and there was no recount, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'd be curious to hear why folks would be super anti-gambling in Missouri.
I wonder if the governor has the power to override this.
It would seem like kind of what's the point of putting it on the ballot and having your citizens vote on it?
Yeah.
Kind of defeats the purpose if you can just override it. But I don't think that's the case.
Yeah. Well, this guy's overridden the
he's delayed,
Yeah.
but he hasn't blocked the
No, I'm saying, can the governor override Hoskins?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Delaying the bill.
That'd be interesting.
Sounds like that texter's not a fan of sports gambling or the state constitution, apparently. That's from the 636.
Yeah, I mean,
the guy sounds like a holier-than-thou D-bag who posts grainy memes on Facebook.
Oh, grainy?
That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
Can't get a good picture?
Maybe he has a legitimate reason why. I personally, obviously, I'm bored with it. I think even if you didn't love sports gambling, you can't deny the tax money and how that would benefit the state of Missouri.
Sounds like Denny is a KU fan. Let's keep enriching Kansas while Missouri suffers. That's from Bourbon Bob texting into the program. You are welcome to text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Great to have Michelob Ultra on board. YouTube.com/TMASTL. That's where the YouTube chat is. And if you missed anything, you can go back on the 101 ESPN app or the TMASTL app. There are two different apps. Download them both. And that's brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Jackson, what question do you have for me and Doug?
The question I have for you and Doug: how do sports make themselves appointment television without assigning inorganic states a la the WWE? No offense, Larry. Is there a way to avoid that?
Inorganic states?
Stakes. S-T-A-K-E-S.
Inorganic stakes.
Yes, inorganic states a la the WWE. Is there a way to avoid that, or does it have to happen naturally? I asked the question on the heels of the Canada-USA final, which was the most watched hockey, more than any NHL game, on Thursday.
And what did the WWE do for an inorganic
assigning assigning stakes, kind of scripting it. Well,
okay.
Well,
it was definitely scripted.
Right. And there's nothing wrong with that. Some of my favorite things in the world are scripted.
Such as White Lotus.
White Lotus,
Picture shows.
Prime, yeah. Yeah, picture shows.
Talkies.
Yeah. A lot of the screen actors, they like to do scripted stuff. I'm asking, how does television become appointment?
Where does this guy come up with these questions?
Is this the...
Let me be the producer that's from Harrison's brother master.
Is this... So it's just... all right.
So you're asking, what does sports need? Say it again. Say it one more time for those of us in the back.
How do sports make themselves appointment television without assigning inorganic or unnatural stakes a la the WWE, or in case of what you see in the NBA, the in-season tournament? Is there a way to avoid that, or does it have to happen naturally? Can you just assign stakes to things, or do they have to happen naturally? And do you think people care enough if there aren't stakes on every single game? You know? How do you get fans to care about the second of 4 games in the series with Milwaukee?
Right.
Without assigning inorganic stakes,
Well, you do that by having entertaining games. You're asking, how does hockey become more popular without a tournament like the Four Nations?
Right, because clearly the product, people were locked in and enjoying it, but they don't. It doesn't necessarily resonate or translate to a regular season hockey game. How do you make? Can you just, or is it just a lightning in a bottle kind of thing?
Yeah. Well, it might be a lightning in a bottle type of thing.
Okay.
Because the game's been around long enough that most people know what hockey is.
Right.
And they either like it or they don't care for it much. And every now and then a tournament comes along that plays to your patriotic heartstrings, and you get into it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Great question, Jackson, but let's move on. Andy Crouppen asked me to do a little digging last week, so I did. Glad to be back and involved. My findings are that snow days occur more in 2025 because you cowards stopped talking about listeners' wives. That's from Shrimply Pibbles.
Oh, Pibbles.
We need to talk more about the listeners' wives?
According to Shrimply Pibbles, who was charged by Andy Crouppen with that responsibility.
Okay. I guess if you send in pictures, we'll comment on them.
And then Power Rank?
Doesn't do much for the people listening that can't see the pictures, I suppose.
Hey, Reddit fam, what's up? I have this stupid job I don't want to put any effort into. Does anybody have some good sports questions I can ask on air? That's from Mr. Siders.
No, I don't know.
Oh, this guy. Welcome back. Oh.
Well, it's not easy to come up with great questions day after day after day after day.
Absolutely. And Jackson did a wonderful job of it on Balloon Party. He did. And he's got some great questions here, too. I don't know. I'm sure the NHL would love to be able to answer that question because the whole country, all North America for that matter, at least the U.S. and Canada, was locked in on something that I think 2 weeks beforehand nobody even knew existed. Or they knew it existed but didn't really care about it.
It seems like almost that we have like this massive binary like delta where it's like either a game is...
Binary delta.
Massive binary. Will you speak English, please?
If you would let me just say the next sentence, you would understand what I meant.
Oh, okay.
You either have this, like the final against USA Canada, this massive appointment television, like everyone stop what you're doing and watch this. This is going to be unbelievable, where you see heights that sports never see. And then when you go to regular season games, it's just like, and it's lows that you never ever see. I think because of how much more content, how much more stuff there's to do, simply scrolling your phone for 40 minutes can be more entertaining for some people. It's created this massive delta where you're either everyone's locked in on it or it doesn't have the stakes so people don't care that much. And I think that if they could, in their minds, even just draw a center line, in between that, they would take that over this massive delta that they have. In all sports, I think it takes in all sports.
Binary delta.
Yeah. I think all sports would talk about that.
But
Maybe
along
not football.
those lines, and I don't think this is necessarily where you're going, we have a weird, Doug, check this out, binary delta.
Okay, gosh.
In which there's so much talk about short attention span, but then if a podcast doesn't go like 90 minutes,
right.
Many people are like, well, that was too short.
Right.
Which is a very strange thing because you're thinking people are just scrolling through. But then if a podcast goes like 15, 20 minutes, it's like, well, that wasn't long enough. You see what I'm saying? It's a very
the consensus always moves
thing.
on that too. It's like long form, short form. Yeah, baseball's always talking about we got to shorten the game. And it's like you're trying to shorten your product. It doesn't. It kind of goes against reason.
I think when you have a compelling product that's not on every night, that plays to people's patriotic urges, such as the Olympics, the World Cup, they're going to be really big.
Yeah.
When the World Cup comes along, suddenly soccer is the most popular sport in America.
Right.
When the Olympics come on, women's gymnastics is now the most popular sport in America.
Yeah.
It doesn't last very long,
sure,
but for certain events, they're a huge success.
Right. Fair. I like the discussion. I kicked around some interesting ideas.
Okay.
Despite what some people in the text line might think.
That's Mr. Siders. That's Harrison's brother master.
Oh, two of the most positive people I know. If I could emulate anybody in our listening audience, it would be those two gentlemen.
Wow, wow, and wow. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Does Doug want to tell us about Design Air? Is that the deal?
Well, I certainly can, yeah. It's warming up, so maybe you won't need your furnace as much as you did last week, but I expect it's still humming along a little bit. Won't be long before you'll need that air conditioning tuned up, too. The place you go is Design Air Heating and Cooling. Fourth generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over 10,000 customers since 1904, and they are the longest running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show, and for that we are very grateful. They're best known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty when they come out to your home. They will never try to upsell you, always give you exactly and only what you need. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. Their website is easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. You just go online there, type in designairservice.com, and you can schedule your service right there. For all your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. Again, online, Design Air Service. That's an E at the end of Design Air. DesignAirService.com.
Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's coming up on the Stiefel dossier. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
There's really no pattern to the music we play here.
I think it's just kind of fun.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Kind of makes you want to sway back and forth.
Luther.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta like this, Doug.
Yeah, 15 days since the Super Bowl. Think about that.
Okay.
Think about it, Doug.
All right. I'm going to need some time to think that over.
You going to try to go to this concert, Jack?
Doubtful.
No?
Doubtful.
Maybe you should go to ninjabling.com and Moritz Reusch. That might be where you should go. They are on the 15th floor of the Tower Building, right across from the St. Louis Galleria. And if you are looking for jewelry, I recommend Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com. Welcome aboard to Moritz Reusch. No twinkle lights there. They're going to work within your budget, and you can check them out on Facebook and Instagram. They've been with the Riz Show for a number of years, and they know it's going to be tough to spell the name, so they made it really simple. Here, ninjabling.com. I went in there and got to meet the family. It is a private experience. You don't have a salesperson hovering over you trying to get you to go above your budget. No. It's not the way that it works at Moritz Reusch. 15th floor of the Tower Building, right across from the Galleria at 1034 South Brentwood Boulevard. New sponsor on TMA is Moritz Reusch, and their website is ninjabling.com. That's ninjabling.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt slides in during the 10 o'clock hour, which will include on the Stiefel dossier the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You missed anything on TMA today, you go back and podcast it, or you can watch on YouTube. And Michelob Ultra, now the sponsor of our YouTube chat on TMA. Great to have them on board with the show. And if you missed anything, Mark Lamping, Chris Kerber, Gabe DeArmond with us, and you can go back and podcast like the Dickens. Jackson, you have this audio of Wilson Contreras talking about Nolan Arenado.
Yes.
I've been theorizing that Arenado was who Contreras was talking about when he said, I'm not going to be a coward and opt out. He said that at the winter warm-up. Let's see what he has to say. This is courtesy of Camo VTV.
Oh,
Doug,
great. Love to hear it. Yeah, sure.
How important is that relationship between the two of you, and what have you seen here in spring training of what you can do together as a unit?
Well, I mean, the communication is always there. I think it's really important for us to stay in touch with everything in the clubhouse and the ending game. I mean, having Nolan on the other side just pushed me to get better. It pushed me to get a gold pass in my glove. It puts me to having a good at-bat. And having Nolan on the team, it means a lot to us. I think we all look up to Nolan. We just love him. We just love him here.
Okay.
There's that.
It's a love fest. That's good. I like Contreras. He always seems to say the right thing.
Yeah. I think he's a fan favorite.
Mm-hmm. Could have a big year.
You have him picked, Doug. I did this preseason poll. I don't know if you...
Yeah, it's Gallup.
It was a pretty big moment for the show. And it was leader in home runs, and Martin has Wilson Contreras as the leader in home runs for the season.
Right. I had Burleson leading in home runs, I think.
So did I.
Now, who will play more games at first base?
Oh, probably Contreras.
Right. Where does that leave Burleson? DHing a lot?
Either left field or DH, yeah.
Right.
But the lineup's different almost every night. They get guys in and out all the time.
But if you're trying to give guys more runway, some consistency might be appreciated. As opposed to platooning. There's a lot of platooning last year, so that's going to come to an end a little bit more.
I don't know. If everybody stays healthy and everybody produces, it's easy to do. But if somebody goes in an extended slump or has an ouchie, then you got to start moving people around.
But what if Arenado gets traded before opening day, saving me from having to get a fourth mortgage?
Fourth mortgage.
That opens up spots for a couple more people, at least one more, for sure.
There you go.
Gorman to third and Donovan to second, and then left field's open again.
Right. I just don't want Tim to have to get that fourth mortgage. I mean, that's just.
I feel if I get a fifth mortgage, then I get worried.
Do they even allow that? Is that even
Tim.
possible?
Yeah. If you're in,
they know if you've got 4 mortgages out there on one property that you manage your money well, and they're like, "Oh, let's take more risk."
After the second, they would probably say, "Wait a minute, you again?"
Specific to Nolan Arenado and John Denton and Mark Feinsand's report on Saturday that the Astros and Cardinals were talking again about Arenado. John Mozeliak said, I don't feel anything is imminent. I cannot comment or chase every rumor. Per Katie Wu in The Athletic, the Astros circled back with the Cardinals soon after franchise cornerstone Alex Bregman agreed to a 3-year deal with the Red Sox. According to multiple sources, one source described a discussed deal between the two teams as, quote, a non-starter. Another source called it a, quote, long shot that the Astros acquire Arenado, who blocked a trade to Houston in December. MLB.com first reported on Saturday that the Astros had re-engaged with the Cardinals. So I just don't understand. Bregman's been a Red Sox for 12 days. When this story came out, 10 days, I guess, maybe. 12 days since now. And I just don't understand why that story comes out. I don't know, there's something, I don't know what's going on there.
Missing a piece of this puzzle.
There's an angle in some capacity for that to come out. If it's a nothing, then why did it come out? I don't know if it's the Yankees are somehow involved, because Yankees fans are raging that they're accepting the nothingness at third base that they have, with the rest of the roster looking pretty damn good. I don't know.
The idea that the Yankees are just out of money, like that doesn't pass the smell test, if you ask me. Team with the most revenue in all of baseball.
Could that be a polite way for them to say we're not interested in Arenado?
If that's the first thing, when it doesn't pass a smell test, that's what I first go to. But I'm open to other options. I'll sniff.
Okay. Well, I don't want you to sniff any connective tissue.
There you go. Now you're getting it.
Or that binary stuff you were talking about.
Binary delta.
Binary delta. That's exactly what we're talking about. Emails. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. 20 minutes away. Buck Swope, your leader for the month of February. You can compete against the greats the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Is this Gnarls Barkley, Doug?
I don't know who it is.
2006?
That sounds right. This song rocks, by the way. Shout out to CeeLo.
Doug, would you like to give a shout out to CeeLo as well?
Shout out to Soulard.
Wow.
Jackson loves Mardi Gras, and it is only 5 days away. What are your plans?
I think this is the year.
Boy, that was abrupt.
It's a hard edit.
Yeah, it's hard.
to stay on the stools.
Well, it's tough. If I keep playing it, I'll just never stop.
Okay.
This is the year. This is the year I take the stand.
What does that mean?
Not doing it.
That? You're not going to Mardi Gras.
Nope.
Oh!
Not
Too
doing
much
it.
drinking.
It's just never. It's not. I like hanging out with my friends.
This is
doing
where you
that.
text blue collar people.
Not at all.
He's going to do it.
Once you go down to Mardi Gras and Soulard, you have to be you can't leave. Like you have to. You're there. Like it's so hard to get out of there. And I don't like being in a place where I don't have an easy exit plan.
It's a hotbed of Sapphos.
It's something. I wouldn't.
What does that mean? You
Well,
catch
I don't
that?
know. Well, when I think of Mardi Gras, my first thought is not Sapphos. It's usually waiting 48 minutes to use a crappy urinal.
Oh, that's how Plowsy lost his apartment down there.
Yeah, well, who had a hand in it?
He had tried to sell his urinal.
Yep, and someone exposed him.
Channel 4. It wasn't me.
Of course
I didn't
not.
do the story.
No, of course not. No, I'd say this is the year I don't think I'm going to do it.
It does even sound legal that you could throw somebody out of their apartment because they allowed someone else to use the restroom.
Oh, yeah.
Even for pay.
Landlords and all that.
Jackson!
Yes, that's
You're
me.
a 26-year-old bachelor. Get your ass in Soulard this weekend. This is absolutely unbelievable. That's from the 314.
I have a girlfriend. I guess, does that still make me a bachelor?
Yes.
Okay. No, I don't want to. Simple as that.
Okay.
Like I've enjoyed Mardi Gras in the past, but it's just not necessary for me.
That's where
there's
David
a chance I maybe go down, but I don't. I'd rather not.
Yeah. David Klein and Hedonism recorded his big hit down there.
Yeah.
During Mardi Gras, I believe.
And I'm not crapping on it. Like I know a lot of people love it, and I have loved it before. It's just,
You feel like 26 is the cutoff?
No, I don't think that there is really
The fact
any
that you're a
cutoff.
man in love.
That, and it's. If I had a bunch of friends going down, like coming into town for it, which I've had in years past, I would absolutely go. But that's not the case this year. It's not the most fun for me personally. So,
Why is that?
Again, there's just no exit plan. It's crowded, expensive.
Is it one of those places where you feel like if you don't drink yourself drunk, you're just not participating?
Yes.
You're not doing it right?
There's a little of that, and that's not really how I like to get down. So, again, there's a small possibility, but I think this is the year I don't do it.
Yeah.
And I feel pretty strong about it, to be honest with you.
Nobody has a girlfriend when they're at Soulard Mardi Gras. That's from the Jefferson Barracks Gigolo in the Michelob Ultra YouTube channel.
See, it's attitudes like that make me, hesitant. At best.
When you're down there, do you ever lift your shirt and demand beads?
That's between me and God.
Oh, it is.
Yahweh.
Okay.
Yeah, that's between me and God.
Let me give you a forecast to see if this will change your mind, Jackson.
Sure.
'Cause it's going to be pretty warm.
All right. That's as good.
Sunny and 54.
That's optimal.
I might go down there.
That's optimal. Well, you're going to be, it's best of luck leaving. It's just really, they block off the street everywhere. You have to walk forever to get to a place you can get picked up.
Yeah, it is.
And that's a lot of day drinking, which that leads to, for me, headaches.
I thought that's when day holes turned to night holes.
That might happen to some other people down there. And good on them, I say.
Hey, attention business owners. Did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. And it does not stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Doug, I don't know if you were watching the Sabres and Rangers game on Saturday.
Missed it.
But Rob Ray was eyeside, kind of like Jamie Rivers is, for the Blues. And take a listen to what happened.
Puck is dropped, and it's 4-0 in the opening period. And Razor just took another one. And that was a rocket. Doctors checking Razor out very quickly. That was close to the eye. Rob says, play on, boys. I'll be good for another 222. Yeah, took one right off the...
Yeah, I got a couple there in the eyebrow, a couple little stitches. But
all right, so where did it hit first? Or is that all in one motion?
Right where the golf ball is, right here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not normal. That's not normal, so...
Razor just took one.
Puck is dropped, and it's 4-0 in the opening period.
I mean,
why is that so funny? The poor guy got hurt.
The puck was dropped, and then within seconds, it was in his eyeball. It was really bad to watch on the. I saw the replay of it. It was.
Why is it so funny to watch a guy get hit like that?
Right in the eye. I mean, it was. I encourage folks. I found this on Awful Announcing on Twitter to watch the unedited version because it's a full-throated F-bomb, and it's one of pure pain. I hate to do it.
Was it just a slap shot in his direction? How do you go from
I think it was somebody from the other team tried to clear it out. I think it might have caught a stick and deflected just right into the head.
Right above the eye. It hit him clean.
Well, you probably ought to wear a helmet if you're going to be right there.
So you think Jamie Rivers should be wearing a helmet?
Maybe
now?
with a visor.
A bubble cage?
Yeah, with a visor. That's what the players have to wear.
Yeah, I would if I was over there.
Yeah.
I might be in full pads just to be safe. But that's just because
I'm goalie gear?
Yeah. I like the goalie. I like when the goalies sit down and they have their giant goalie gear. And then when they don't wear their helmet, though, that makes them look like they have a pinhead. It's a bad beat.
You ever use any of those smelling salts? You see those guys waving in front of their noses on the bench?
Those have been put in front of my face, and I don't like them.
Oh, yeah.
That'll open you right up.
It'll wake you right up.
Oh, yeah.
It really will.
Bad news.
What's in there?
Ammonia?
Yeah.
Probably?
Mm-hmm.
It's not good for you.
I'll bring them in tomorrow.
I wouldn't think. But neither is being unconscious.
Yeah, there's that. You're going to bring some in tomorrow, Chairman?
Yeah, we can do them before the show.
You have them? You keep them on hand?
I actually did. I used to buy them and just use them before I'd
For gains?
Yeah, in the gym, I'd use them before a big, heavy lift.
Really?
Yeah.
It helps you?
Yeah, you see those guys doing that before they try to deadlift or squat a bunch of weight.
Put some hair on your chest.
Yeah. I'll be darned.
It'll be good bonding for us.
Well, yeah, you do. I don't think I'll do that.
The puck is dropped, and it's 4-0 in the opening period.
Why is it so funny to see a guy get hurt like that?
The puck is dropped, and it's 4-0 in the opening period.
I think he got called in for language, or either do they let that one slide?
I think they take the fine on that. Well, they can handle that one.
Razor got hit.
And they said again. It happened again. That means this is not the first time he's been struck.
Get back up in the booth.
Oh, I got to find when John Sterling got hit by a foul ball. It's really rough. You can hear the ricochet on it. I got to find that.
Shrimply Pibbles wants us to celebrate the birth of a listener's child. Can we all take a moment to celebrate the River to Para yacht captain on the birth of his daughter? He's a great listener, a great father, and a marvelous lover.
Oh. How do you know that?
Now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here.
Ow! There's video?
Ow! It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So.
Maybe one more time on that one, Jackson.
3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here.
Ow!
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far.
Oh, that was John Sterling, too. He was a little older. That one was a little scarier. Although he did have some time to see it coming.
He did. He knew it was coming right at him. Oh, maybe announcers need gloves. Let's get gloves for the. I don't think they
need. Jamie Rivers wear a helmet.
Yeah, announcers need gloves.
So you're a safety guy through and through.
Mm-hmm.
Send your emails in. That Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up on the Stiefel dossier. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues win last night, final score of 3-1. Off tonight, back in action tomorrow, taking on the Seattle Kraken. Pre-game starts at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's the Morning After 101 ESPN. Final segment of today's program. If you missed anything, always go back and watch it on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. And now, the YouTube chat brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Great to have Michelob Ultra on board here on TMA. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up in a matter of moments. BK and Ferrari will take over at 11 o'clock, and then the Fast Lane, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. If you are in the market for a dentist, I would like to recommend Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. They built a brand new office space with the most modern technology right off of Manchester in Baldwin. What they're trying to do is reach those who are anxious about going to the dentist and show them that the dentist can be an easy and preventative procedure that can help you in the long run. No dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. It's 100westdental.com, and you can schedule everything right there. No need to pick up the phone, but if you're more comfortable doing that, the number is 636-585-0100. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental, and they have a huge offer going on that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it will look like before you even go through with it. Go to 100westdental.com. Use my name, get $1,000 off Invisalign. Doug, it's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day.
Okay.
Buck Swope in the lead by 1 over the JV golf coach, but he only has 4 wins.
I was wrong. JV golf coach also has 4 wins. He won on Friday.
Every day, it seems like these standings.
I don't know how.
I'm too busy making these Gallup polls.
Okay, probably.
I've decided to freelance as a ghostwriter for Jackson. Here goes nothing. In an era where sports franchises are increasingly treated as content-producing entities rather than civic institutions, have we fundamentally altered the way we perceive fandom? Is rooting for a team still an active identity and community, or has it become a transactional relationship, one where engagement is dictated by algorithms, micro-targeted branding, and a relentless push toward virality? And if the modern fan exists more as a data point than as an organic participant in the sporting experience, does this shift signal the erosion of true agency and fandom? Have we, as consumers of sport, become complicit in our own detachment, willingly surrendering our emotional investment in favor of neatly packaged highlight reels and engagement-driven narratives? Monday's lick shooter, that's from Mr. Lick.
That was you joke, but
Mr.
Licks. Copy C, copy V. Like, that was well done. I'm going to use that.
Control C, Control V, or is it copy C?
Command.
I don't know. Command.
Come on, copy on the mind. Command C, Command V, right into the dossier that goes.
That's going into the dossier?
I can parcel it out.
Tomorrow's question?
That was pretty good. I thought it was good. Fair question.
I'm not sure what he was asking.
Happy Monday, lads. A less than admirable St. Louis sports weekend got even worse this morning when the Ozempic plunging kayaker gave his breakdown of the doggies game. Anyone that breaks down a soccer game and uses the phrase engine room to describe a player spent too much time at the damn fine hand pie stand. This Bonza boy peaked in 4th grade CYC. When every kid would run circles around him, but he was only there to get the post-game soda and hot dog. Following up with the dynamite analysis of our with versus last year's narrow style, he shouldn't have been apologizing to Jackie Blue. He should have apologized to the listening masses for his horrific summary of the home opening draw versus Colorado. People hate soccer enough without having Tubby voice his ignorant opinions. Never been closer to breaking my anonymity to give this jackwagon a proper lesson in footy. Cheers, that's from my cousin Vinny.
Okay. My cousin Vinny.
Who it turns out is a soccer coach.
Soccer coach. Okay.
To quote Misty Plops, I'm 100% with Doug on this. The phone lines are poison. First up, we've got the American honey pounding barge worker that Libby Jack wants to emphasize is not his biological father, so please stop texting Jeff Burkett, which now that he said that, he's just assured that the text will continue. Up next, we've got an obese kayaker calling in to break down his terrible call from last week. Dude, we get it, you're a terrible caller, guy. But nothing, excuse me, nothing tops the geriatric blind man from the taint of Jefferson County.
Oh, damn.
Demanding answers about his missing prize pack. If you go back on the YouTube feed and watch Libby Jack's body language when Pestis claimed that nobody told him he had to pick up his prize from the station, you'll see Libby Jack fighting back every urge to scream, "You were told you had to pick it up from the station when you called in last week."
Wow.
Did that happen, Jackson?
Yeah. But cycle on, cycle off.
Pestis' prize has gone from TVD to wireless speakers to speakers plus an old prize pack from last year that either no one wanted or it was the one that Libby Jack unsuccessfully tried to award to the other producer of the show. But Pestis still isn't satisfied. He's going to show up tomorrow, Wednesday, with his 4'11" wife and demand to be let into the studio. And then when he's not let in, he'll call in and beg Libby Jack to come out and meet him. And Libby Jack will do it just to get the old man out of the building. But that won't be enough because next week Pestis will call back in complaining he can't get his speakers to work and then beg Libby Jack to meet him at KFC to split a bucket of extra crispy. That's from Buck Swope.
Buck Swope with a nice email this morning.
Jets, here we go with another week. Let's start it off with a session of griping and hyping. Let me start off by hyping a few things. Doggy season is here, and I'm here for it. Can't beat an evening at the park. Doug's deep breakdown of the match was spot on. It was great seeing the overflowing support of STL fans on Saturday night for the Billikens, Blues, and Dogs. Which brings me to a gripe. Parking. $45 for parking in Union Station is absurd. Out of spite, I chose to park illegally instead. It's crap they hand out tickets just by using a license plate instead of making sure it goes to the driver of the vehicle. I am, however, hyped that I remembered all of this and borrowed my brother Boone's truck. Worked out really nice. Had a good spot right next to Maggie O's. Was hoping he could get out of the ticket if he proved he was out of town, but the last gripe was the deer that totaled the truck on the way home. Brother Boone listens even when he's out of town, so hopefully him hearing this now will give him time to simmer some down. One last big hype is the YouTube chat sponsorship. Don Peepee should definitely get a taste of that. If not a fiscal reimbursement, I think some type of Robert Kraft massage from the dais would suffice. Enjoyed some of the show today, fellas. That's from the YouTube chat.
Okay, YouTube chat.
Oh, Doug, I'm fighting. I'm going to get one more email in.
All right.
In 1909, a young Italian scientist named Guglielmo Marconi created a revolutionary invention. Thanks to him, people could instantly communicate across vast distances. If Marconi knew that one day his precious radio would be used to broadcast the incoherent ramblings of a drunk barge worker, he would have kept his invention hidden from public. Side note, did the caller who chugs wild turkey on a Monday morning really say he emulates Keith Kachuk's parenting style? Emulate means to surpass someone's success through imitation. I don't think pestering a local radio show with a 4-day-old hockey take would qualify as emulating a Hall of Famer. If Marconi also knew that a blind man from the armpit of the Midwest would one-up that barge worker by saying the scariest thing in the history of radio, he would have smashed his prototype with a hammer. I'm referring to the Pestis from Festus when he said, "Oh, you will meet me." Guys, that sounded like a threat. It's sad to think that if you don't hire some extra security tomorrow or Wednesday, might be your last show ever. No matter what happens, thanks for the memories. That's from the JV Golf Coach.
Okay.
And that's what we
JV
have
Golf Coach.
for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Doug, what you got?
Well, I have to be honest, I like the leadoff hitter, Mr. Licks.
Yeah, I didn't understand a word of it, but I laughed. Mr. Licks gets my vote, too.
Okay.
Mr. Licks is on the board.
All right.
What a big win for Mr. Licks. Mr. Licks is on the board for the month of February. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman McKernan, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the newly sponsored Michelob Ultra TMA STL YouTube chat.